Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our Mental Health Technology Transfer Center's Grief Sensitivity Virtual Learning Institute, GSVLI. We're really thrilled to have you here today with us. As you join us, please put your name and location and role into the chat box. I always love to see where our guests are coming from. Good morning, everyone. All right. Early folks coming in from all over the US, Utah and Palm Beach and West Virginia, Washington, Montana, Hayes, Kansas. Great to have you here today. We have over 2,000 people registered, so we're going to wait just a second for folks to join us. We're going to do a little housekeeping as we get started here and then move quickly into our amazing presentations and discussions and workshops today. Thank you for being here. Welcome New Mexico and California and Florida. So glad to have you here today. I'm Heather Gotham. I'm the Director and PI of the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network Coordinating Office out of Stanford University. I'm just so thankful to my colleagues here at the network for the work they've done over the past months to put this together for us today and tomorrow. Really also grateful and thankful to our colleagues and speakers who are going to be providing some amazing content today and tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Great to see folks from Massachusetts and Illinois, New York, Pennsylvania. Ooh, we got Hawaii. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's go to the next slide. As you're joining and getting settled here for the content today, let's get to know that Zoom interface a little bit. A few pointers for today. As you're joining, we'd like you to use the chat feature to talk with each other in today's webinar. So if you have things to say to your colleagues and participants, please use the chat. If you have a question for the host and presenter, so all the questions, please put those in the Q&A feature. Use that Q&A pod. Next slide. We've made every attempt to make today's presentation secure, but things happen unexpectedly sometimes. If we need to end the presentation unexpectedly, we'll follow up using your registration information. If you have a question, as I said, for the faculty, please use the Q&A button. But if you have comments for everyone, please use the chat. We welcome you to share what's resonating with you or connects to ideas in the discussion. We don't welcome any speech that evokes harm or is not productive. If you have specific comments to the panelists, you can use the panelist in the chat dropdown. Otherwise, you can send your comments to everyone. Again, questions to the Q&A box. You can also directly chat if you need help, to tech help today. All the sessions are recorded. They're going to be posted on our event page soon. You'll receive an email on how to access certificate of attendance. You must attend at least half of today's event in order to get a certificate. So that's 3 hours today. We've got closed captioning, and please follow us on social media. Again, session, recording, slides, materials, it's all going to be posted. Never fear, all going to be posted on the website. We'll reach back out to you within the next week. Next slide. This is the standard disclaimer information. We're very thankful to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA, for providing the funding for the work that we do, and want you to know that the ideas and opinions and information expressed by our GSVLI faculty and staff today are theirs and not the words of SAMHSA. Just a quick minute about the MHTTC network. We provide free technical assistance and training across the United States and territories. We are currently set up with 10 regional centers that provide services to all of those great states and territories, all the places that you're coming from today, including our tribal partners. So please take a minute and go to the MHTTC Network website and find your regional center. Regional centers provide, again, free training and TA services, the work that we're doing today and tomorrow is something that we've all combined and are cooperating on and collaborating on, but each of your centers provides a wealth of resources and training and TA events. And now I'm going to turn things over to Leora. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much, Heather. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever this finds you. My name is Leora Wolf-Prusan, she, hers. I am one of the Grief Sensitive Virtual Learning Institute's planning team members. I'm here in Berkeley, California on unceded Ohlone land and grateful to be with you all. I want to just take a moment. I am seeing the numbers climb. We are almost at around 1,000 people joined today on November 1st. For some of us, it is Dia de los Muertos, and for some of us, it is the day to pay rent. For some of us, it's both. For some of us, it's the beginning of Children's Bereavement Month. And for some of us, it's the day after a long night of children with Halloween goodness. I want to take a moment to have a breath for myself. I'm feeling both excited and nervous, excited. So I'm going to take a breath. I welcome you to as well. How good it is to be together. It is remarkable that we are here at our 2023 Grief Sensitive Virtual Learning Institute. For some of us, it is our third GSVLI. For some of you, you joined us in 2020 when we did one in September and one in November, and we gathered with true purpose and intention to dig our skills into the hearts and needs of the people that we serve who were grappling with the syndemic losses of both racialized violence, COVID-19, and so much more. We returned together in 2022 to dig into even more learning, and here we are again in November of 2023. So grateful to be with you all. If you are new to us, welcome, and if this is your third GSVLI, welcome back. This year's theme, as you can see, is working with grief in the context of violence. We know that for many of us, both ourselves and the people we serve, that violence is at the precipice, it is at the front, and it is at the forefront of our hearts and minds, both of what we are witnessing, feeling in our lineage, what we are seeing on social media, what we are experiencing as grievers ourselves. And so our purpose of today and tomorrow is focusing on that theme. Welcome. Okay. So if we want to just take a moment, today is such a day, November 1st, and way back in 2020, we came together to think about mental health, because we're the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network, and what that might look like if we centered grief sensitivity as part of our commitment to our practice, whether we're therapists, youth advocates, providers, social workers, educators. What might it look like to say, we cannot disenfranchise grief anymore in our culture and in our climate. We have to center it, just as we have with trauma-informed practices and policies and approaches. We have to center it in our ways of being. And so today we gathered to deepen those skills. We know that mental health is inextricably tied to grief healing, individually and collectively, intergenerationally as well. In 2020, at the end of one of our sessions in GSVLI, Monica Tello, who is a youth leader at Rise Center, offered us her altar that she created and creates every year with her family. And so I just want to take a moment to name that all of us come with people that we have lost ourselves or clients who are experiencing loss. And I want to take a moment before our really big day of learning to offer opportunity to ground ourselves in either one person or in a people that we are dedicating our grief learning to. And you're welcome to hold that to yourself. You're welcome to, in the chat box, go to everyone and put that in the chat box so we can see, we can almost create a digital chat box altar. But who might you be dedicating your learning to? It could be, again, someone who has died. It can be someone who is grappling with loss and death and grief, or it can be just someone who purposes you and will ground you in today's learning. Yeah. I welcome us to just see all of the names in the chat box, that are with us today. I'm going to turn my sound up And hopefully that will help you hear me. Thank you. Some of us are putting our family members, some of us are putting our peoples, our cultures, nations, some of us are putting clients. Thank you. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Leora. I'm one of the GSVLI team members, and we are dedicating and purposing our work today. Continue, please, to put who you are dedicating your learning to. This is so powerful. It always strikes me. So many of us carry invisible the people's invisible in our work that we dedicate to and that purpose us and intention us. And it is really moving to see it visible in our digital altar. Thank you. I want to take a couple minutes and keep purposing. I'm going to take a couple minutes to orient us to our theme of grief and to our theme for today's learning, which is our special focus on gender-based violence, institutional violence, community violence, and grief. Many of you might be familiar with these terms: institutional violence, gender-based violence, community violence. I want to take an opportunity to name that today's session, tomorrow's session focuses on school mental health, but today's session asks us as providers or as family members, as community members, or as advocates to think about the concentric arcs of pain and purpose. So people that hold experiences of violence either at the individual level, that might be when we get to our session on gender-based or interpersonal violence, IPV, at the individual level. It might be at the community violence level. Our first session will really ground us in what it means in community to experience deep loss. It might mean at the institutional level, which is a term that particularly asks us to think of the systems that are supposed to theoretically set up to serve us, but what happens when they actually are violating us or cause loss or cause grief, either because of our policies or our practices that are embedded and often invisible in the way that we understand power to be nested in the way we're in relationship with each other as a culture. So we think about the themes of individual, community, institutional violence all nested together. I want to move us to looking at the definition that we're grounded in today on grief on the left. I also want to just offer one more thing, which is that many of us are deep practitioners and scholars and researchers and grievers ourselves. So all throughout today, if there is a way of learning or an aspect of being grief sensitive that you would like to add as a peer teacher, please do in the chat. Please do in the chat. So I'm going to offer us to just orient ourselves on the left to that definition of grief. This idea that we are really grateful for, of course, Kenneth Doka's definition of grief, which offers us that grief is not just a reaction to death. It's really a reaction and a normal, beautiful, gorgeous reaction to loss. Loss is both subjective and it's held just as we just named in all the different ways on the right. It's a natural reaction. And so when we think about who we are attached to, what we are attached to, it's orienting us to think about what happens when who we're in relationship with is no longer with us presently in the same way. And again, that might be a people's, a culture, a nation, a way of being, or an individual. And I want to concentrate on that worldview piece, right? That at the end of that definition, it says responses might be related to the object of loss, secondary losses, and then later on it says, and the world, which challenges our beliefs about safety, about security, and worldview. When we think about worldview, it's a term that asks us to know that all of us walk around this world with an understanding of who matters, how I matter, where I am, my belief system, my meaning in the world. And oftentimes violence, particularly when it's nested with grief, challenges our worldview. Nelba, our keynote, and all of our speakers today will be talking about what happens when that worldview is challenged, is put into question. And sometimes that loss itself, the loss of, I thought this was supposed to be, and now it isn't, in itself is the grief that we have to pull together. our day together. So much, colleagues, our day together. We'll open as we are today with our welcoming and our opening. Again, I'm going to orient you to the chat, the Q&A for any technical questions that you might have, and the chat for any added layers. We want to make sure that the chat feels vibrant with your collected learning. In a minute, I'm going to introduce our dear keynote, our framer, Nelva Marquez-Green. We'll move into an overview of the day, and we'll do a continual walkthrough because we know that some of you might be coming in and out on the same link all day. We want to make sure that you feel like you know where and how to access this beautiful experience of learning together. On that note, I want to offer a couple more pieces before we hand it to Nova, which is that we, as a Mental Health Technology Transfer Center network, we hold ourselves to these values. We hold ourselves that every single program, whether it's GSVLI or a webinar or a training, that we hold ourselves to be strength-based, we hold ourselves to be respectful, clear, and understandable. We hold ourselves to be healing-centered and trauma-informed. We hope that all day today, that you feel that in the speakers, you feel that in the moderators, and you most importantly feel that with each other. I want to add again, this is a really unique space where all of us are gathering to hold a tender topic together. So I welcome you in the chat. If there's something that you hear that doesn't land in the way that you would say it, to say, I disagree, I come at it a different way. Or to offer up, from my experience, it might look like this, so that we can be in dialogue and discourse together. Okay. And some of us, as we saw when we were dedicating who our day of learning is to, some of us are here for our own grief. I know I'm a griever myself. I come into this work because I felt that my grief wasn't held. And so it has driven the way that I've created programming and learning thereon. Some of us are here in the hats of a griever. Some of us are here in the hats of someone who is supporting grievers. Some of us both. If you are feeling activated, needing support, we want to offer you some resources in the chat, and we'll continue to offer them throughout the day. Most importantly, we offer you to have water. Grief is deeply dehydrating, even when you talk about it. Have water, feel like you can stretch. You are not on video, so you can be moving your body in the way you need to move your body in order to process and hear and integrate the information. We also, all throughout today, we've got a lot of resources. We know that some of you are going to think, oh, that conversation was too short or that wasn't enough. We want to offer you, we've got resources on our webpage. Our team will continue to put in the chat ways to extend your learning. At the end of the PowerPoint deck, which is on our website, we've got a lot of opportunities to extend. And we also put together a faculty CV. So every single speaker, we have culled through their teachings, their learnings, their articles, so you can continue to learn with them when GSVLI is over. Okay, on that note, I'm going to welcome Ricky to spotlight me and Nelva together. I'm going to take another breath to punctuate this moment. It is with such wonderful, heart-centered gratitude that we get to learn from Nelva Marquez-Green this morning. There is not another person, when we thought of the theme, there's not another person who can hold our tender hearts, both with where we are, but also call us into where we need to go in our grief practice. And Nelva will be introducing herself a little bit more, but I just want to say, Nelva, thank you. Thank you for always calling us in to where we should have been, where we can be, and where we need to go. On that note, I hand it to you.
Thank you. Just let me know that you can hear me, that my audio is well, that my video
Beautiful.
as well. Thank you for that lovely introduction, and thank you for allowing me to be with you today. It's certainly not something I take for granted. You know, I wrote good afternoon in my presentation notes, and I just want to recognize there's so many people here from all over. It might not be good afternoon where you are. It might be good morning wherever you are today. I'm just grateful to be here. Welcome to my small contribution to this amazing 2-day gathering that we're calling the Grief Sensitive Learning Institute. It's a privilege for me to be here and spend some time with you. Full disclosure, though, it's like the last thing I wish I understood so well. And I would trade this. I would trade this expertise for just about anything, and in exchange for no understanding at all. But that being said, let's enter into this beautiful space and make the most of this time we have together. Um, Thank you. I am going to be talking about the intersection of grief and injustice, and how to hopefully have some ideas and thoughts on how to help without causing further harm. Um, you probably know me many different ways. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I am an activist in residence at the Yale School of Public Health. And I also lost my daughter, Ana Grace Marquez Green, in the Sandy Hook school shooting. By profession, I am a licensed marriage and family therapist. And that's what I was in my before life. I was the coordinator of an outpatient adolescent psychiatric clinic, and working with children and families. And I'm just again excited to be here with you, but also kind of wishing this was the last place I could be. In the last 10 years or so, I've sensed a shift in how we are discussing grief and the frequency of it. In popular culture in the United States, and these conversation and points of entry are really important, because that we're discussing it at all is great. But all too often in the therapy space and in the mental health space, we are still primarily discussing grief in a way inconsistent with what we know about both healing and humanity. I want you to picture a two-legged stool. In many formal, traditional, Western therapeutic spaces, the two legs of this grief stool, right? So I want you to picture the seat to be those who sit at the intersection of grief and injustice, right? And I want you to imagine that that seat is being propped up by two legs. And one of those legs is pathology, that grief in general is wrong, and that grief for sure is wrong if it goes on for too long, right? So that's the pathology leg. And the second is a leg that depends on, that is built from the concepts and the kind of ideas of acceptance and overcoming and integration. And there's nothing wrong with them. They are lovely concepts, but they're concepts that might not apply to all grief or all grievers. I enter into this space with great respect and actually a little bit of fear that I want to name, because the last thing I want to do as a presenter is do or say anything that will cause further wounding. I want to be clear that grief is incredibly personal, and whatever method or technique or life experience you bring into it, if it's how you have survived, I am here for it, and go ahead and use that. What I want to do today is just explore another dimension. And there's no way that 30 minutes of allotted time is going to be enough to cover even a fraction of what this topic demands. But I hope to have a beginning with the time I've been given, if only to honor what is here. When it comes to grief born of injustice, it almost never gets named. The slides are going faster for me than I'm going, but I'm definitely going to tell you, I'm going to say, turn to the next slide. It almost never gets named. Applying a two-legged stool framework to this specific kind of grief that is so inextricably tied to injustice, is to grossly underserve grievers. For example, it feels to me that the last few weeks of pain and suffering and injustice we have witnessed due to conflict on so many levels this week, that is in our faces with media and social media, is too big and too here to not name specifically in this moment. And while I am not either a policy expert or a world scholar, I am intimately familiar with the sound a mother makes when she learns that her child is murdered. When this conflict is over, what would we say to those mothers and people impacted by terrorism through no fault of their own, simply by virtue of what religion they are, or where they were born, or where they live now, or what they were doing, dancing? I invite you into an exercise in this moment of not just thinking about those people, but thinking about people in your life or your community living at the intersection of grief and injustice. Perhaps for you, you're thinking about people experiencing chronic poverty and the associated problems that come with chronic poverty, like access to food or clean water or livable and affordable housing or proper medical care. Perhaps you are thinking about victims of gun violence, whether that be violence in our backyards, in our neighborhoods, or highly covered mass shootings. I have to tell you something. I know plenty of people in all matter of gun violence laws, and the only difference is the response from the outside, because families grieve and feel and hurt the same. The only thing different is how much media coverage people get, how much empathy is given to a specific situation based on circumstance. But the pain left behind, the grief left behind is the same. Maybe you are thinking about families who, because of who they love or what they wore or how their children identify or whose doorbell they rang on the wrong day or because they fit a description, have lost a loved one or live in fear. Someone who has been the victim of medical malpractice or crime or accident, or families displaced by environmental disaster. Right? There's so many different ways you can live at the intersection of grief and injustice. And too often, our families that we work with don't even know. We haven't given it words. We haven't named it. We haven't normalized it. We haven't given that credence in our practice. That we offer and how we offer as providers competent, responsive, human centered care to people living at the intersection of grief and injustice requires more than just a two-legged approach of pathology and integration, overcoming, and acceptance. Because this approach that we typically offer is usually propped up by two little feet. And you'll see those two little feet there. Those are the blue dots. I'm a very good storyteller. I'm not very good with slides, but hopefully you can follow along with the slide. And the slide will give you a visual representation. The first foot I want to talk about is a timeline by which medical professionals have arbitrarily and artificially decided grief should be over, or it will be literally defined as a disorder, as evidenced by the inclusion of prolonged grief disorder in the latest revision of the DSM. And I completely understand and am friends with people who, were involved in making some of this decision. And I understand that the logic is that adding it will um, allow space for funding and training, funding that will fund research and funding that will provide training. I understand that, but my fear, my hesitation is the potential abuse and misapplication of prolonged grief disorder in working with vulnerable communities that are not getting justice. That's what I'm concerned about. So I'm concerned about the timeline because it's often something that we ask from survivors. And I'm concerned with the second foot that we often issue a demand. And the demand is for individual behavior, individual action that has nothing to do with collective justice. We are much, much more likely to ask sufferers at the intersection of grief and injustice for individual action to show us healing, to show us overcoming, than we are to ask systems for collective accountability. And that's problematic because what we did, and I can tell you, and I'm sharing with you personal experience because I'm both a professional and a person who is sitting at this intersection. Here are some examples of demands we've made. Forgiving the shooter. Do you forgive the shooter? Do you forgive the system, right? We often ask for forgiveness, right? We want to see and we check box. Okay, maybe that person's doing better because they have forgiven. Proclamations of strength. Have you started foundations? Do you work in advocacy? Have you created change? Are you pulling yourself up by your bootstraps enough to show that you're overcoming? We often make these demands of individuals because it is much easier than going back to a system that failed and saying, hey, we're going to hold you accountable. So we prop up that pathology leg with a timeline, and we prop up that acceptance, overcoming, and integration leg with a demand for individual action. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, like I told you. And to that end, in order to retain my license, I get tons of mailers that say, hey, come to this and come to that. And I need a certain number of professional education units in order to keep my license. I want to go to the grief ones, but I have never gotten a mailer to my PO, professional PO box, for my office, that hasn't named acceptance, integration, or overcoming as a learning objective for my clients. If my clients come to me with that as an objective, that is one thing, but it's another thing for me to impose. Leading clients to acceptance, integration, or overcoming aren't unworthy goals, but they are incomplete. And I am telling you, both as a clinical professional and as a lived experience mother, that to demand from vulnerable people whose grief is born from injustice that they accept and overcome is exploitation without commensurate resources and doing our part in holding systems accountable. So I want to say that again. I am telling you that as a clinical professional and a lived experience mother, that to demand from vulnerable people whose grief is born from injustice, overcoming and forgiveness and all of those things that I talked about earlier, without providing commensurate resources, because we often do it without offering any resources at all, and doing our part to also hold systems accountable, is to partake in exploitation. And it's really important for us to do that. So I'm going to take a pause here because I can feel myself getting heated. I feel very passionate about this issue, as you can tell. Here's an example of when we did it better. We did it better with lead paint, right? When we were able to demonstrate, based on countless parents bringing young children to medical professionals saying there is something wrong. Public health workers and other folks got involved, and we were able to see a link, right? It was too late. We knew about lead paint since the early 1900s, but it wasn't until 1978 that we banned lead paint. But we did two things, right? We offered fines. We told people you have to clean stuff up. There were lawsuits. We offered resources to families, and that was counseling, and that was financial. We didn't just say to people who were coming, saying, my child, my person, my loved one has been impacted by the lead paint in my building. You know what? You should overcome. We also offered some type of something to people, right? And we held people accountable. So that's an example. We didn't do it perfectly. There are many people harmed. There are still people harmed to this day, but it's an example of when we used a two-pronged approach. In this moment in the United States, countless research indicates that Black moms are more likely to die in childbirth in the hospital in the United States of America in 2023 than any other birthing human. Not because of education or lack thereof, not because of wealth or lack thereof, but simply because of medical discrimination. I believe we can do better than offering a timeline and a demand to those families or any family. Acceptance, overcoming, integration are tall and unfair asks from people who have been failed by larger systems. We need to be able to say to people that they have rights to their grief and they have rights to justice. Otherwise, we add to violence. I'm keeping my eye on the clock, and I'm trying to get through all my slides. We can go right to, so I want to go to the next slide. This is a quote from Trevon Bosley. And Trevon Bosley is a young person, a college student, an activist from Chicago, who's also a part of March for Our Lives. And we did a joint event together with for President Biden and Chris Murphy and a whole bunch of other folks. And this quote I took with me because it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He says, we were forced to put down our childhoods and pick up a nation. No young person in the United States should feel that way. This is an example of grief and injustice sitting right there. And we owe this young person more than tell me what you've done. So exciting you were with Biden. So exciting you got to do another thing. This is not how it should be. You can go to the next slide. So where do we go from here? Okay, here we go. Become more informed. This is a grief wheel a person sent me after they were given to it by their therapist. And I don't know where the therapist pulled it off, probably the internet. And I was just deep. So I want you to put away. Okay, here's what I'm trying to say. Read more Indigenous work, read more women's work, read more non Western work, read more work by people who are more directly impacted by issues. Ask yourself before you study your next guru, right? Why am I studying them? There is a difference. Let's say, for example, you and I wanted to engage in learning about poverty. Reading a research paper written by an economist is going to provide one level of information, right, on poverty. But actually knowing people or having the lived experience of being poor, that is going to provide a completely different level of intimacy and skill set and learning. And I want us to learn to privilege those people whose voices never get in the room. Quite frankly, folks never ask me to talk about my grief. And it's the thing I love talking about the most. And there's a reason for that, because I don't have canned models. I have a demand that people pay attention to us differently. So let me just stop there because I'm really looking at the time. Number two, you can go to the next slide. Wicked problems, understanding our relationship to wicked problems. So if you know anything about wicked problems, we don't call them wicked because they're evil. We call them wicked because they are big, they are interconnected, and they don't make people money, and they're very, very complicated to solve. Right? A wicked problem could be homelessness. A wicked problem right now is the environment. A wicked problem is gun violence. A wicked problem is medical discrimination, racialized violence. All of these things are wicked problems. Our relationship, our understanding, our stance to the wicked problem outside of the therapy room influences how we treat people inside the therapy room. So if I feel like thoughts and prayers really should be enough, and hey, they've kept my family safe, and I am sitting across from a gun violence victim in my office, I might actually be more likely to feel like maybe they did something to be a part of that. Or so our stance, how we understand wicked problems in the world, how we relate to them, influences how we treat people in the therapy room. And we have to be more willing to examine and explore reflexive solutions versus reflective solutions. Very, very quickly, this is kind of a phrase I put together. Reflexive solutions are the things we think about first really fast without really talking to anybody because they feel good to us. They are a reflex. Think about that little instrument. I forgot what it's called. The doctor might put on your knee and your knee just kicks out. That's a reflexive solution, right? A reflective solution is one that considers the person you're trying to help, listens to their voice, asks them, is more responsive in a more honest way. It may take more time, but is absolutely worth it. Next slide, please. Deepening our understanding of resilience. I borrow this slide. I use this slide all the time. I borrowed it from What Happened to You by Bruce Perry and Oprah Winfrey. Very often, another thing we demand from people sitting at the intersection of grief and injustice is resilience. We misunderstand resilience when we don't think justice and solutions matter, right? When we have patterns of stress that are unpredictable, extreme, and prolonged. Again, think about gun violence. Think about every time there is another shooting that is heavily covered in the media. That stress is unpredictable. You never know when it's coming. It's extreme and it is prolonged. That actually doesn't lend itself to resilience. It lends itself to our central nervous system becoming more vulnerable and more sensitized. The true recipe, true secret sauce, the biologically appropriate re- ingredients we need for central nervous systems that can be more resilient are predictability in our stress patterns, moderate stress, and controllable stress. None of that, which we are offering now to many people. Right? So I want you to screen grab that if you need to, but true ingredients for resilience are predictability, moderate stress, and controllable stress, not this other world we're living in that we are often leaving people without support at all and demanding resilience. Next slide. Next last slide. We should probably also have a short conversation because I'm running out of time and moral injury. Moral injury, there's a whole body of research on moral injury initially done on soldiers and veterans and people who have been in war. And it's this concept that sometimes we are in situations, we are in places where what we are asked to do is not in alignment with what we know the right thing to do is, and we can cause moral injury to ourselves. And part of where we go from here is to acknowledge that sometimes we work in systems that are not in alignment with what we know the right thing to do is, and that are causing more harm to those people that we work with. It's not something that we can always control, but understanding it and knowing our part and looking for those ways where we can have influence and can make a difference absolutely matters. Because when moral injury leaves a mark, it leaves a scar. And unless we're talking about it and addressing it, and if it's not safe for you to talk about it in your workplace, I completely understand. I have worked in unsafe workplaces, but we can create communities of supervision and support and fellowship outside to really talk about some of these things if we want to do the work, because the work of self as therapists is so critically important, especially when we do this really trauma laden and grief saturated work. It's just really critically important. So I reimagined the stool. That's how I end this presentation. And you can put my last slide up. What would a grief and injustice intersection person look like if they were truly supported? It would look like if they lived in a world that normalized grief, that addressed injustice and challenged systems, that was a recipient of better informed practices, and that each one of those legs, the little foot, was resources, because what folks really need are meaningful resources in order to deal with what they're dealing it. I'm 11, this December 14th, 2023 will be 11 years for me. 11 years. I probably am an example of someone who, with a DSM and very little information, very little informed practice, very little ability to normalize grief, and no interest at all in challenging a system, would probably give me a diagnosis of prolonged grief disorder. And you know what? I could care less, because what someone else calls me is whatever. But I believe we owe people better. I am owed better than that. We are all owed better than that. We are right to grieve. We have rights to our grief. We also have rights to call in when we have been failed by systems that have been failing us for generations. So I guess I would end this by saying thank you for allowing me to be totally myself, to bring in my grieving mom part and to bring in my expert part. And I encourage you to just lean into all of the learning you're going to do today, because I looked at some of the names. I looked at some of if it weren't my first day at Yale, which, by the way, I'm doing this workshop on my lunch hour, I would be there. But I'm glad it's going to be on video so I can watch it later. And if any of you want to connect, I'm nelba.marquez-green@yale.edu. And my role as activist in residence is actually living what I just preached about, connecting academia and research to lived experience and making sure folks are folded in the room. That's my job, to be the connector. So I just offer, I want to close by saying I watched all the names and all the people and all the roles as you vulnerably type them in, and I just felt like it was a privilege to witness that. And just like I remember my daughter, I remember all of your people, and I encourage you to just keep going, get that great supervision, and honor your grief right alongside with the grief of other people you're trying to honor as well. Thank you so much.
Now let's stay on. Do we have you for 2 more minutes to just
Yes, yes, you have me as long as you want me. I'm just trying to obey the rules. I'm a rule
no,
follower.
because you just dropped a whole word. I want to take a moment. I want to take a moment for your words to land. We're getting so many thank yous in the chat, and I want to offer that one of the most beautiful ways I know that people who put their learning in public, as Nelba, as you just did, is to actually say, this is how I'm going to interrupt or change or commit to what you're calling us into. So I want to offer for folks in the room, if in addition to the thank you, you are amazing, you are powerful, which you are, if you might offer sentences in the chat with how might you integrate what Nelba just called us into your work. It might mean a small, elegant step. It doesn't have to be, I'm now going to change my entire boom, 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 right? That goes to the reflexive versus responsive. But how might all of us name in the chat to actually practice centered and collective accountability, what we might need to strengthen in our work, what we might need to study further, and what we might need to integrate into our practice. Okay, now that as this is beautiful, as they're pouring in, I want to offer, if you're okay with this, do you have 1 or 2 questions that you can sit with us, give to us to sit with, so that we might be more responsive? Like, what questions on your heart are the most pertinent for us as listeners, as grievers, and as grief advocates in this work?
I will offer a thought that I don't know that I have a question, but I will offer a thought that I don't think I offered during my presentation that I'm thankful to have the opportunity to offer now. And that it wasn't until I leaned into the work of Black and Aboriginal and Latino authors that I was able to free myself from what was given to me as an alternative and as a truth after my daughter was murdered. I had to walk the process of understanding what was for me and what wasn't, and what resonated and what didn't, and not always look at when something didn't, when a specific model didn't work for me as a personal failure. Even as a therapist, what I had studied in school was so much different than what I realized ended up healing my heart. So I leaned into the work of authors that were not offered to me in my training. And that is where I found relief.
Beautiful, thank you. I'm taking a breath with that. I'm offering that for folks in the chat, we are our own best resourcing. Speaking of the different ways that we can be each other's stool in Nelva's reimagination. And so I want to offer that if you have an author, a thought leader who is reimagining our approaches to grief, who is potentially not normalizing the structural violence and the community violence that we're holding, but normalizing the grief in its response and in the grief of the reality that many of us hold, that you might enter those folks in the Q&A so that we as a staff can track them. I know for me, I think of Brescia Wade's work. I think of Michelle Cassandra Johnson's work. A lot of beautiful writers. I think of Malkia Devish Surreal's work. A lot of beautiful writers who've been calling in the institution of grief into grounding us in a different way to reimagine. I want to offer one last sentence, Nella, while we still have you, which is to everyone on screen. My first time being in learning with Nelba was many years ago. You were called in to speak about your lived experience and potentially to demonstrate your resilience to a group of people. And Nelba on stage said, Who has heard of Sandra Bland? It was a moment for the whole room to locate that justice, that we can look at lived experience and not reduce someone who holds lived experience to just their experience, but the beautiful waves, the concentric circles of harm and the concentric circles of healing, that we can hold both and. We can hold our own pain and call in each other to be aware and hold others' pain as well. So Nelva, on behalf of everyone in the room, congratulations on your first day at Yale. Thank you for your words. Thank you for purposing us. And in all of their names, we are with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, friends. Take good care.
Okay. I'm offering another breath moment. We're just into the keynote of day one. We've got 2 more panels of beautiful speakers and a gorgeous workshop at the end of our day. I want to offer again a continuous reminder to pace yourselves and pace your learning. To put in the chat box, put in the Q&A authors. They might be your own authors that have really moved your grief work so that we can track them as a team. I want to again remind you to please hydrate, stretch and breathe, roll those shoulders. Maybe your jaw is feeling a little tense. Maybe your shoulders are feeling a little bit crunchy. Up next, we are about to transition to our first panel. I'm going to remind everyone our whole day is recorded. The recordings will be posted on our webpage in the next 2 weeks. So I'm going to offer the website one more time, and that's where you can find the deck. You can also will find all of the resources of all of our speakers, as well as the recordings in 2 weeks. So if you're ever having a little bit of like, I didn't catch that, I need to know that, I didn't catch. We got you. We're going to we will be a resource for you. So Dave is about to moderate our first panel with Dr. Warrior, Lisa Good, and Mark Sanders. We'll have a break. We'll then have our second panel with Jennifer, Leontine, and Lisa on gender-based violence and interpersonal violence. We'll have a longer break that either might be your lunch or your second lunch or a time. And we'll be in a workshop on how to support youth and families who are moving through the experience of homicide. And then we'll have a closing, and that's just day one. Day 2 is tomorrow. One last firm and gentle reminder to everyone in the room. We might hear things, we might say, what about? I don't see the voices of XYZ presented, I don't see this person's voice, or these people aren't represented, or the whatabouts. Or you might be in a space where you think, I don't work with communities who've experienced homicide, or I don't work with communities who've experienced gender-based violence. Our invitation is to potentially reimagine that you might and you may not know, or that there might be transferable ways that you can take some of the learnings and apply them into your own practice. We believe that there is always a golden nugget that can resonate, either with you as a person or with you as a practitioner and a provider. On that note, we're going to take a pause moment.
Thank you. As chair, my name is Dave Brown. I'm the Senior Associate for School-Based Training and Behavioral Health Equity at the Central East MHTTC. We are honored to have you join us today for an important and compassionate discussion about one of the most universal challenging aspects of the human experience. Grief and loss are emotions that touch every one of us at some point in our lives, and the journey through these emotions can be both deeply personal and profoundly transformative. Today, we are gathered to learn more about going through and due to the institutional community violence. In this session, we will explore the complex and often multifaceted nature of grief, providing insights, guidance, and support to help you navigate this delicate terrain. Our panel of experts and speakers are here to share their knowledge and experiences and strategies to help you better understand the grieving process and find ways to heal and grow during times of loss. Thank you for being a part of this important conversation. Our first session aims to create a discussion around a really big and heavy themes. While we hope to foster new and affirmed learning, we know that we'll certainly not be able to hold and handle the breadth of this issue. We also know that some of you are new to the intersections of institutional and community violence and grief, and some are well-versed. We welcome those of you who have lived experience and practice experience to share your input, resources, and grief-sensitive approaches in the chat when we get to discussion and the Q&A portion. As the quote on the screen explores, violent events and experiences have impacts and effects that invite us as providers to be attuned to the particular nuances of collective grief, cumulative grief, and anticipatory grief, all three griefs that are intimately tied to institutional and community violence. So we go to the next slide. So just some housekeeping items. We have made every attempt to make today's presentation secure. If we need to end the presentation unexpectedly, we'll follow up using your registration information. If you have a question for the session's GSVLI faculty, use the Q&A button. If you have a comment or link for all attendees, use the chat and write to all attendees. At the end of today's session, please complete a brief survey about today's training. You will receive an email on how to access a certificate of attendance. You must attend at least half of today's event. The event is closed caption, and then please follow us on social media, on X, formerly known as Twitter, Facebook, and at MHTTC Network. The session recording, slides, and materials will be provided afterwards. Now I have the pleasure of introducing our three panelists. The first is Dr. Lisa Good, MSW, and then we'll hear from Mark Sanders, LCSW, and Dr. Anita Warrior. You can find more information about them in the bio in the program. So why don't we go ahead and hand off to Lisa Good, who will speak about urban grief. Thank you for being here.
Hello, and I'm so honored and privileged to be with you today. My name is Lisa Good, and I am the founder and director of Urban Grief. And so I'd like to share with you some of my thoughts and experiences about working with grief, specifically for people who have been harmed by community and various forms of institutional or structural violence. And so just a little bit about myself, that, I founded and started Urban Grief because I became aware through my experiences within the community that when it came to grief, that the needs of Black and Brown people were not being met. There was no coordinated response or acknowledgement that losses were even occurring, and that the tragedy of these losses had lifelong implications on the people who were experiencing them firsthand, but also across their lifespan. And so what is urban grief? Urban grief is the name that I gave the program. However, over time, it actually became a concept for me, right? And so I define urban grief as the identification and naming and response to grief that's specific to Black urban populations who disproportionately experience losses due to systemic injustices, racial discrimination, and violence. And so in this definition, there's really recognition that loss can occur from a lot of different places. The source of loss occurs at a lot of different levels for people. And when you factor in the systemic injustices that are ongoing, racial discrimination, for example, in medicine or the medical care that people have available to them, which causes death, right? And community violence, that at any given moment when I encounter people in my community, even if they have not experienced a loss and they're not grieving related to a death, they are actually grieving other losses that have not been named through their encounter with racism, through their encounters with systems and services and providers that did not bring healing, but instead brought additional harm. So next slide. So just a little bit about urban grief. This is some of the work that we do, but part of the reason we do this particular work from this lens is in direct response to the awareness of the grief that people experience from all of these different levels and areas. When we talk about the institutional harm that people experience, especially in the aftermath of community violence, the losses are multi-layered, and the experience of grief is multi-layered. And so our understanding about urban grief and the losses that people come to the table with and the resulting pain that they carry is also undergirded by our understanding of trauma, historical trauma, and the context that people live in on a daily basis that really kind of keeps them stuck is not the right word. It's not the word that I'm looking for, but it keeps them in a cycle of pain. And people have an expectation that somehow or another, with just the right services or just the right resources, that they'll be able to get over it, quote unquote, and get through it. Next slide. So here are some specific considerations that when I'm working with people and when we're working with people, these are specific considerations around grief that I don't think people typically think about when it comes to the experience of community violence or institutional violence. First of all, whenever I consider community violence, I look at space plus time plus people equal loss. And what I mean is that community violence often occurs in public spaces. And so, now those spaces are no longer safe, not just because of the experience of the actual violence, the public violence that is occurring, but the space is no longer safe because whenever there is community violence or public violence, that also creates an opening for people to then experience institutional violence in the form of how law enforcement or other providers that are supposed to protect and provide care engage with people in the aftermath. And then there's the aspect of time, the timing of violence, and when it occurs. But also when I mention time, I'm also referencing the frequency of violence and the occurrence of that violence. And that can be represented in community violence as well as institutional violence. And then, of course, the people, right? The people who are harmed directly and indirectly. I always say that you don't have to be in a thing to be messed up by a thing. All you have to do is hear, see, and know about a thing to be impacted. And that aspect of those types of ambiguous and unnamed losses are part of what people grieve. And then the other aspect of this is marginalization has a source of grief, that the idea that people who are experiencing tragedy and traumatic events at multiple levels don't have the expectation that they can go to a provider and receive empathy and compassion and receive support and services without having to think about their social location and how their social location and how they are going to be viewed is going to factor into how their grief is responded to. And that experience in and of itself creates a source of grief. And then there's the stereotype and stigmas that people have to deal with. It's the blame, it's the shame, and lack of authentic empathy. And so when we talk about institutional losses and institutional a grief related to community violence, many times people also have to deal with these layers of blame, shame, and lack of authentic empathy because the service providers that they're engaged with hold stereotype and stigmas around the people, quote unquote, people who are experiencing those losses. And so when people encounter those institutions or those services, the experiences create this other layer of pain that other groups of people may not necessarily have to deal with. Now, the next one is relationship proximity. And this is something that that we really have to factor in when we talk about people and how we support them when they are grieving. Who is connected to who? And so oftentimes we look at just family, kinship ties, mom, dad, siblings, that kind of thing. But when we think about how we are holding people in their grief, who they are connected to matters, right? And not only does it matter in terms of the kind of support that they get, but we have to do our due diligence and look outside the box to see where the hurt and the harm is coming from, right? And so that who is connected to who matters. And so sometimes you can think that this is the identified griever, right? Because service providers do that a lot. We identify who the griever is and who the immediate connections are when there are concentric circles of grievers who can be impacted by that same loss or those same types of losses. And oftentimes in our community, those folks are connected in various ways, and we're not always attuned to that. And so because of that, we miss the opportunity to actually reach and engage people who are in our communities and in our service circles, because they have not been labeled as the identified griever, or they've not been labeled as the person who has been exposed directly to that loss. The next one is the lack of a mediating person. So where is the support? And again, this kind of ties into relationship proximity, whereas relationship proximity helps us to identify who else might be grieving, who else might need support. The lack of a mediating person helps us to identify if there is a gap or absence of community connection and support. And so when we're thinking about who's grieving and the support that they have or don't have, we have to go beyond the basics of what we think support is and what support looks like, because there's this idea of perceived support versus actual support, and perception of support is everything. And so keeping in mind that even as an institution or a service provider, if you're not perceived as supportive, or you're not perceived as offering support, then the support for the person or people who are experiencing grief is not real to them. And then there's the potential to reoccur. The losses never end. And so there's always this collision between the past and the present, the historical losses that we experience collectively and individually, but also in the past, but also the losses in the here and now. And it's never ending. We see people who are dealing with very personal losses related to violence and homicide. But also we are seeing people, those same people who are experiencing losses due to institutional interactions that are harmful and traumatic and dehumanizing. And so for us, people are always experiencing these never-ending colliding losses. And this creates this anticipatory sense of losses for the future. They live and we live with this tension that I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop because I know that there are more losses are coming my way. The last one for this slide is forced silence. This idea that, don't talk, and that there's punishment for emotional expression and the denied humanity that comes with that. And forced silence can occur in a lot of different ways. And one of the ways that forced silence is experienced is when we are, as providers, we are not prepared to look at all of the layers of loss and the grief associated with those layers of loss. And because we're not prepared, there's no real space for authentic expression of the pain that comes with those losses. So I kind of covered the layers: emotional, psychological, economic, physical, social, and traumatic. Those are the layers of loss that we must consider. Next slide. And so how do we end isolation? We want to help people to identify where are the walls, who built the walls, what does care look like? It can help people examine their worthiness of support. That's something that people struggle with. Am I worthy of support? And how do we mobilize collective resources and foster connections?
Thank you so much, Alika. And for everybody to know that we will have an opportunity for Q&A and to hear from each of our panelists after they are done presenting. Next, we have Mark Sanders, who's going to speak about dehumanization, ignored losses, and rage among men of color, and substance use disorders and violence prevention strategy. Mark, wonderful to have you here as well.
Thank you so much, Dave, and greetings, everyone. I promised a 95-year-old man that I would share this quote with every group that I address. About 4 years ago, I was flying in from Arizona to Chicago, where I live. And on the plane next to me was a man who had earned 6 Purple Hearts. And how do you earn a Purple Heart? I'm glad you asked. Bravery. This 95-year-old man was a World War II veteran. In other words, for 3.5 hours on this flight, I'm sitting next to the bravest human being I ever met in my life. And at one point says, Mark, what do you do? I says, I'm a social worker. I give speeches. I talk to social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, therapists, case managers, recovery coaches, people who help others for a living. And he told me to share with you that he wanted to let you know that he thanks you for your service. Thank you so very much for your service. Know that I know that the world cannot compensate you enough for the important work that you do. I was asked to speak briefly about my why I focused on this subject of grief. About 20 years ago, I took a flight to a Commonwealth of the United States called the U.S. Virgin Islands. Are you familiar with the U.S. Virgin Islands? And I was invited there to give a speech to a group of high school students that were cutting class, and they were smoking marijuana cigarettes about the size of trees. I gave the talk. And someone invited me on a cruise on the Atlantic Ocean. It was so beautiful. It looked heavenly. When I returned from the cruise, the red light on the phone in the hotel room was blinking. And I called the lobby. And the person in the lobby said, call home, there's an emergency, your wife called. And I called my wife, and she told me that our 6-year-old son, at that time my only child, had just died. I went from a cruise which felt heavenly to that reality that my child died while I was on that cruise. It felt like misery. And I didn't think I could ever do my work again. And we went to a seminar of bereaved parents. And there was a woman who was a bereaved parent who spoke, and her words were sage. She said, grief is not about forgetting. It's about remembering with less pain. Grief is not about forgetting. It's about remembering with less pain. She says that when you suffer a loss, you don't want to try to forget, because that which you try to forget has a way of haunting you. You want to hurt less. And the one way you can hurt less when you suffer a loss is to be allowed to tell your story as frequently and as often as you need to tell your story. And then I remembered that I also studied the work of Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor, who said that for most people who discover their life purpose, their life purpose comes out of life pain. Show me your life pain, Viktor Frankl says, I'll show you your purpose. So I became a grief therapist. And in this presentation I'm about to share with you, I am marrying 2 things that have been important for me for a long time, and that's healing from grief. And I also work with lots of Latino Hispanic males who are gang affiliated, etc. So the presentation is entitled Dehumanization, ignored losses, and rage among men of color, substance use disorders, violence prevention strategies. So I was asked to create a curriculum for young men of color in Chicago who, according to the University of Chicago's algorithms, were at the highest risk of violence with a gun, often connected to like retaliation or gang affiliation, etc. So I put together this curriculum specifically for this group, and I want to share with you some of the components of the program. So the first thing they do with these young men who've been identified as at risk for gun violence is they give them jobs. And this is not a new idea. There's a priest by the name of Father Gregory Boyle from Los Angeles that works with like Latino Hispanic gang members in the barrios, and he puts them to work. He has started these businesses called Homeboy and Homegirl Industries. And, you know, he believes that if you could put gang members to work side by side with their rivals, they're no longer your rival, they're your coworker. And his famous quote is that the greatest deterrent from a bullet is a job. And so, as a part of this program that we put together, we also address what's called existential concerns. Lots of these young men believe that they won't be alive long. So for the last 20 years, I've traveled the country asking African American and Latino Hispanic young people, how long do most African American and Latino males live? I'm curious what your thoughts are about that. Would you put your response in chat? I've been asking that question for 20 years. How long do most African American and Latino males live? And the most common answer I receive is age 21. The 18-year-olds are saying, I'll be dead in 3 years. The 19-year-olds are saying, I have 2 years to live. So our first order of business in the curriculum is to convince them they can live by showing them the real life expectancy of African American Latino males in Chicago, 70 to 73. And then to help them identify purpose, to give them reasons to want to live, right? Grief work is connected to the curriculum. And then it's trauma-informed and culturally responsive. And we'll go to the next slide. So all of these young men have had dehumanizing experiences, plus ignored losses, which equals rage, which can lead to heavy substance use in order to medicate the pain of the anger and rage, which increases the risk of violence. And we shall go to the next slide. So what we mean by dehumanizing experiences is stop and frisk, police brutality, police murders. There was a young Latino Hispanic male in Chicago who was 13 years old. He looked like he was 10 years old. And the police were chasing him and said, put your hands up. And he shot him in the back as if he were not a human being. You might remember Michael Brown, suburb outside of St. Louis, Missouri. He was killed by a police officer. He left in the streets for hours as if he were not a human being. And then the young fellow in Memphis was beaten by police officers. And the paramedics showed up and didn't offer any services as if he were not a human being. I had a client who left the gang, and his girlfriend left him for a rival. And he felt humiliated, gang humiliated. Poor customer service, no service at all, being followed around grocery stores, social media humiliation. Here's what I want to share with you. In the 1990s in the city of Chicago, most of the murders, there were about 2,000, were connected to like controlling territory for selling drugs. Today in Chicago and other big cities in the United States that I've talked with people about, it's about you disrespected me on social media. Now you have to die because of years of dehumanizing experiences. According to Dr. Kenneth Hardy, if you diss me, that equals violence. We shall go to the next slide. Ignored losses. Incredible story about this boy who played Park District football. And he was the fifth string running back on a football team. What are the chances you're ever going to get in the football game as a fifth string running back? I'll answer my own question. If you're a fifth string running back on a football team, you'd have an easier time finding a penny that's a higher depth than never getting in the football game. If you're a fifth string running back on the football team, You'd be more likely to be struck by lightning 5 times in the same day and live than ever getting in a football game. Your whole job as a fifth-string running back is to watch grass grow on the football field. His father died. They held a funeral on a Friday. He walked in the locker room the following Saturday morning and said, "Coach, I want to play the whole game." And Coach did what you done, let him play the whole game. His father died. The boy scored 5 touchdowns. The great Walter Payton never scored 5 touchdowns in a football game. Coach said, "What got into your first-string running back?" He said, "Coach, when my dad was alive, he was legally blind. I figured that since he died and went to heaven, he could see me. I wanted him to be proud of me." After these young men suffer from father hunger, they didn't get enough fathering, right? I used to work with young boys between the ages of 5 to 10 years old. "Mr. Sanders, can you find my father? Please find him, please. Age 11, have you found him yet, please? Age 12, I think about him all the time. Age 13, I never think about him. Age 14, I wished he were dead." And then idealistic enthusiasm is turned into rage. Or mother hunger. The young man's mother works 3 jobs. He's not getting enough mother, right? Or in the case of my clients I work with, Latino, Hispanic, gang activity was more likely to occur. Heavy drug use more likely to occur when a parent was deported, or the death of a friend, or being expelled from school, or having, most of these young men I work with had at least 3 of their buddies who were murdered. And as Alice Miller said, it's not the trauma, it's the lack of opportunity to talk about the trauma. So these losses often go ignored. And we should go to the next slide. So combination of dehumanizing experiences plus ignored losses contributes to rage and increasing the risk of violence. So the curriculum we put together, it incorporates CBT to teach practical skills of dealing with high-risk situations which may have triggered violence in the past. Meditation, somatic trauma therapy, visualization, especially exercises that help these young people identify a bright future. Why somatic therapy? Because as you know, trauma lodges itself in the body, right? And so lots of these young fellows, because of easy access to rage, they can get triggered easily. So every session, we do meditation, deep breathing exercises to teach them how to regulate emotions and to release trauma from the body. We discuss those dehumanizing experiences openly, right? We create rituals to acknowledge ignored losses. We provide services to assess and address substance use disorders. And then we've created some of our own clinical models. Thank you so much for listening. I'm looking forward to the rest of our time together.
Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate your voice. And next, we're going to hear from Dr. Anitra Warrior on historical trauma, community violence, and healing collective grief.
Thank you so much. First, let me say thank you to the participants, everyone who is attending, and just your engagement throughout the presentations has just been phenomenal. So thank you all so much for being present in this space. And thank you to the organizers for putting this together. It already feels like, oh, there's just so much more that we can do, so much more that we can discuss. And, we're just getting started. So thank you for providing this space. And thank you to the presenters, just a phenomenal job. And I've just been moved by your words. And there's so many ways in which I've connected with what you're sharing. And specifically with Lisa and talking about the collision of the past and the present, like that's so powerful. And that's where I'm going to be focusing a bit on is where we see that collision. But I want to share a little bit about myself and the work that I do. So I'm a psychologist based out of Nebraska, and I'm originally from Oklahoma. And as a young adult, I was a single mother with 3 children and had experienced some significant grief. My oldest daughter, who was 4 at the time, had died in a tornado. We had a tornado that came through, completely wiped out our neighborhood, and she didn't survive as a result of her injuries. And as you could imagine, as being a young single mother, I really struggled with my grief and the decision making. And it was some years, that it took me to heal. Well, I shouldn't even say heal, but more to adapt to my life without my daughter. But I had started working with therapists to help me with the grief. And what was happening was my culture was being pathologized. So when I would talk about my spiritual experiences, it always came back to hallucinations or psychosis, or this is inappropriate. So what would happen is the system of providing care was pathologizing my culture and actually trying to medicate my culture. Very inappropriate, and made that an unsafe space. Now, when we think about what we've experienced as Native people and the historical trauma that's there, if I can't trust the system, I don't know what other systems they're going to be coordinating with. And when I talk about some of the grief that or the things that we've experienced as Native people, this will make more sense in terms of how this is systemic violence, that throughout my grieving process, I couldn't grieve. It wasn't a true experience of authentic grief because I had to worry about what the system was going to do in response to my emotions, in response to my healing and my cultural understanding of healing. And so I think that's important for us to share because that is a concrete experience of what's happened. And I want to also recognize Mark for what he shared and also how he's turned pain into purpose. And that makes such a difference in how we can connect with one another. Because as a result of my own experience, I decided to become a psychologist and train others to work with our Native population, with marginalized groups. So it's a little bit about me, but I think that gives a good example of how those systems, the systemic violence can happen that can impact our grief. So next slide, please. So I'm going to talk some about historical trauma. And this map that you're seeing is a recognition of Native lands prior to the European contact. You can see how we've been forced to these smaller communities, these reservations that weren't actually set up for us to be successful, that weren't set up for us to thrive. It was set up to wipe us out. It has not. We are still here, and in many situations, we're thriving. But the reason I share this is because our experience with the European systems that have come in, that have been established, are rooted in violence from the get-go, rooted in violence. This is where we come to historical trauma. Oops, sorry, can we go back one more slide? Thank you. So I'm just going to read this definition because I'm not sure how well everyone can see it, and just thinking about our own processing. So historical trauma is the cumulative, multi-generational, collective experience of emotional and psychological injury in communities and in descendants, and in our descendants. And what's important to recognize about this is that these systems that have created some of this violence or perpetuate this violence are still being experienced. They're still violating communities, nations, marginalized populations. So it's important for us to recognize that and how the descendants of our ancestors are experiencing this as well. Next slide, please. So I've already talked about how this is rooted in violence, okay? Some of what we've experienced have been the forced removal to reservations, which I've already talked about, that they were not set up for us to thrive. It was also, and in some states, it's still on the books, that it's illegal for us to leave the reservation, that if there is a group of us, a group of Native people that are together, they can be shot. Like, these are still in the books as laws. So really important to recognize, like, okay, this is even within our legal system. And we know that there are significant challenges within the legal system, who is there to serve and protect, right? So important for us to keep in mind. Then when we think about boarding schools, the level of damage that has happened there at boarding schools, the reason this is important right now is for us to recognize that boarding schools are still in existence. They've shifted, though. So it's not where we have people being forcibly removed from their homes to have to go to the boarding schools to be forcibly assimilated, to have their hair cut, to be physically, sexually, emotionally abused. But these things still continue to live within our communities. Recently, this was about 2 months ago, we were informed here in Nebraska that one of the boarding schools, they located remains of about 80 children. So again, continuing to come up. As we had a community forum about this, we literally had people showing up that were shaking, that were afraid because of what they had experienced when they were in boarding school. So this isn't something that's completely historical. This is still present now. And it's important for us to recognize this when we're talking about how does this coincide with how we're grieving when we can't grieve in a safe space because we have to worry about the systemic violence that's in place? How is this going to impact me? I was so moved by Mark's presentation in terms of the father hunger, and that just touched me in a way, but made me think of a grandmother and a mother that I had spoken to when I was a teenager. I came into the family, and this mother and grandmother had asked me if I could help them find their children who were taken by CPS. Child and Family Services taken them. Nothing was shared. No information was given. And it took several years for that family, after they were adults, to finally be reconnected with their family. So these are the things in which we can experience as marginalized populations, and that dehumanizing piece to that. I'm just going to quickly mention the sterilization. So this was going on up until the 70s, when we had women, and we're not the only group that has experienced this, but going into these hospitals and and receiving our care, or even after having these babies, being sterilized without our knowledge. This is documented. These are things that have happened. So why do I actually go in and entrust these healthcare systems? Why would I trust the therapists who are going to pathologize my beliefs, who are going to medicate my culture? This is systemic violence that's happening to our people, to marginalized groups. Okay, so I have to share that piece because I think it would not be appropriate, one, to our ancestors, but also to the context to understand why it's so important for us to recognize this systemic violence that happens and how that can impact grief in our communities. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in addition to recognizing our ancestors and what they've experienced and the impact that has on us currently, I also want us to take some time to remember our youth and what they're experiencing as well. Times are so different. I was in a school a couple of years ago. So I go into schools and provide clinical services, and in many different settings, we provide clinical services. And we had an active shooter drill. It was a drill, but this was my first time experiencing this. And again, this was a few years ago. And we go into the room, we're all on the ground, the lights are off, everyone is quiet, and I'm literally sitting there crying. I mean, quietly crying, but I'm definitely crying because I'm thinking, this is what's normalized. This is violence that has been normalized within our community for our youth. They're growing up with so much more violence. What we know is there's that increase in gun violence, an increase in the risk of PTSD, disruptions in life due to loss, that hypervigilance. And I've seen that in the chat box talking about the hypervigilance. Yeah, we have a lot of people that are in that zone. So when we think about talking about a youth or a person who goes from 0 to 100, they seemed fine, and then they went to 100 with rage or 100 with sadness. Chances are they were not at a 0. They may have been hovering around like a 50 or 60. And so when you're thinking they immediately went to this rage or extreme sadness, no, that was already there. There was something that pushed them further. But going from 0 to 100, not necessarily the case. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I know I need to keep time in mind here. What I want to share when we're talking about some of our rural communities, as well as our reservations, our tribal nations, is that this is going to be more of the communal grief. We're going to experience this all together. We talked about historical trauma and how this is a shared experience from that group, a collective experience. Very important for us to keep in mind. And I've gone through some of the systemic policies that have happened for us. But what I want to highlight here is that even with all of these things that are happening, there's still healing that can happen. Healing is happening. We are part of that healing. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So these are some things that I want us to think about. The trauma-informed approach, which a big piece of this is going to be choice. We want to have choice in who our providers are. Does this mean that it has to be hospitals? Does this mean that it has to be behavioral health clinicians? No, this can actually mean this is going to be a cultural or a spiritual leader that's going to help guide me. And we need to recognize that and bring in that knowledge that's there within our communities. The cultural responsiveness is going to be part of that. There is so much healing that can happen in that. If you look at the practices that we can do within some of our Native communities, we're going to be building new neural pathways in terms of how we think. We're going to have relationship, which is so important. That's an evidence-based practice right there. Relationship, that's huge for us. And that's a part of cultural responsiveness. The collective healing. I love that Lisa brought up that space and time, because there's so much grief that has happened in some of our spaces. It's important that we recognize that and we heal those spaces too, because we are all connected, not just as people, we're connected to our surroundings too. And then being a voice for systemic issues and recognizing that I'm not making this up. This is not just perceived. These are things that I've experienced, that my people have also experienced. So I know this is a fact. And then also looking at how can we access support across multiple domains, because we can be very tunnel vision based on our training. Sometimes it's like it can almost train some of our culture out of it. So it's important for us to keep those in mind, keep that in the forefront. And what are going to be the ways that we can access support to help our people heal when they're in the face of all of this violence? I believe that is my last slide. I have one more. And I apologize if I'm pushing it on time. So again, thinking about the context and the environment. Where can we pull from support? What is the history of this community? Is there a history of suicides? What's the history of violence? What's the history of substance use? But also, what's the history of strengths? What's the history of coming together? How do we tap into that innate knowledge of our communities so we can support the rest of our people, so we can heal? Also looking at systems, the collaboration of systems supporting systems as well. That's important. We have to keep that in mind. And of course, our healing practices. I already talked about strengths. I want to highlight that even more, recognizing that especially with this survival, with everything that has come our way, there's going to be some strengths there. We know there's some strengths there. Let's tap into those and use those for our healing for our future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Warrior. And we really appreciate all of your voices. For some of the questions that we've been putting in the Q&A, they're going to be resources and contact information for our panelists in there if you want to get in contact, if you have further questions as well. This is a part where we really want to facilitate this as a discussion between everybody who's in attendance and our panelists. With over 900 people here, we're going to be looking at both the chat room and the Q&A for any questions or comments you have, but we'd like to pose some questions to both the audience, but to our panelists as well. One of the things I want to say, one of the first question is, how can we support clients and the field in the grieving process when we experience violence in the community? But I'd also like to extend that to talk about whether you're a therapist, a teacher, or whatever practitioners, that you're people too. So how do you take care of yourself as part of a human system and then build in supporting clients and in the field? And that's open to any of the panelists. Okay.
So I'll respond. Because part of what we do is crisis response. And I think that the first thing that we do is we stop and we acknowledge it. It's more than a media soundbite that this happened. So it begins for us with acknowledgement, and trying to connect with people to acknowledge that the harm has been caused, that there is hurt, there's pain, there's grief, there's trauma. And so for us, that's the starting point. And I'll stop there and I'll circle back.
So Dr. John Briere from USC, they did some research that indicated that helping professionals, those of us who help others for a living, that we are more vulnerable to secondary trauma, secondary PTSD than any other profession. Our brilliance is that we experience more trauma in childhood. That's why we're more vulnerable. But our brilliance, again, we've taken the pain of what we've endured and we've turned it into purpose. We help others. But my mentor did a study, and he found that those of us who do 4 things on a regular basis, it provides some protective shields against burnout and compassion fatigue. And here are the 4 things this research indicates. Those of you with us today who laugh the most at home and at work, that laughter is protective. You ever experience so much stress and all you can do is laugh? The funny thing is that laughter, even if nothing is funny, is protective. The second finding is that those of you most protected from secondary trauma, secondary PTSD, are more likely to engage in what's called daily centering rituals. You do something every day to center yourself. Third finding, those of you most protected are more likely to get together with like-minded, positive people, and you help to recharge each other's battery. The fourth finding was counterintuitive. Those of you most protected from these occupational hazards, secondary trauma, burnout, etc., you're more likely to engage in meaningful acts of service, volunteerism. And what meaningful acts of service does is it helps to recharge your battery because it reminds you why you became a helping professional in the first place. I'd recommend whatever volunteerism you engage in doesn't have anything to do with trauma, because we do that work for a living.
Dr. Ward, did you want to say anything, or?
I think that was a perfect spot to wrap up with Mark. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk about my ugly laugh. So I think we're good.
I appreciate the smile and the laughter. Thank you. So as we go on, I mean, we talked about, what are some of the grief, but what are some of the special considerations we need to know and hold when addressing people and people who were harmed by systems and structures that were supposed to be there to help, and whether that's institutional, racism, violence, but those that are there, how do we, what special considerations we have to take when we're supporting others?
So if it's okay, I'd like to jump in on this quickly. One thing that I would recommend is to acknowledge that hurt, acknowledge that pain, because what can happen is within these systems we can dismiss that. Not myself, but I mean, when we hear those, and I've gone through this even in my own experience in my academic training, sharing a way that I was harmed by a professional, by a professor, and being told that couldn't have happened. That just doesn't make sense. So aligning with that person to recognize their truth is going to be the first place. Removing judgment, not increasing any shame that they're going to experience. Fully hearing their truth, being present with them and acknowledging that this is their truth. That is, in my mind, the very first step that we have to take.
And I also think that too, listening, right? Actually listening and not dismissing the experience or concern of another person just because it's inconceivable to you. Because oftentimes your privilege allows you and blinds you from actually really seeing and hearing that what people are describing to you as their lived experience is actually real. And in order for people to really one, just even from a nervous system perspective, in order for people to actually just settle down enough to even allow themselves to give full expression of their pain, of their suffering, there has to be this measure of safety. And one of the ways that we can give that safety is by not intellectualizing or rationalizing a person's experience away just because it's inconceivable to us, because so much of what people experience, it's invisible. Sometimes it feels ambiguous. It's hard to name. And when you finally find the words and you sit across from someone and you name it and you say, this is what happened to me, and this is how I felt, and this is the impact that it's presently having on me, that's a sacred moment, and we need to treat it as such and not, try to just dismiss it because it's not something, oh, they don't do that there. They absolutely do that there.
So two things come to mind. One is talking directly with those that we serve openly about the harm that the systems have done to them. And secondly, I'm reminded what my professor told me in graduate school. I'm in school to be a social worker. He walks into class and says, sometimes you social workers are part of the problem. Because while you're sitting behind the desk, nodding your head when you listen to clients and making sounds like, and I see, tell me more, there are systems out there oppressing people. So you have to go out there and advocate and work with those systems. So for me, the easiest form of advocacy locally would be to get in front of those systems and do presentations and talk to them how to go from harming to helping to heal, to be a part of the solution. I had a buddy of mine that worked with clients that were gang affiliated. And they were getting kicked out of treatment more than other clients. So he made it his business to travel the state, teaching people who do that work how to embrace and how to work with gang members as a form of advocacy.
So to take all of those comments and extend a little bit, how do institutions who may have histories of institutional racism or oppression also be the ones that offer support, grief, and loss? How do they bridge that relationship? How do you repair it at the same time you're trying to help individuals or communities heal?
Well, I mean, that's kind of tough, right? Because, lots of institutions put forth, DEI initiatives and those kinds of agendas, right? But having worked in DEI in an academic institution, and seeing all of the internal resistance that occurs when people actually are presented with the information, and information and change are two different things. And so, I think it's really, really important that institutions, if they're going to do this work, one, it needs to be trauma informed, right? But also they have to be willing to actually make the structural changes within the institution to prevent the harm. Because what happens ultimately is that you can create a policy and it's the workers that are responsible for implementing the policy. But if you don't do anything that addresses the implicit bias, if you don't really make changes that reinforce oppressive practices, then you have lip service, and that's really ends up actually creating more harm, because now you get to have this storefront that you are responsive and you are not doing any additional harm, and it is a safe and a space for grieving and healing, when actually it's not, and people get duped into that. And those people who get duped into that, it becomes much harder to engage them in services when they actually need it.
And I would say, along with everything that Lisa just said, do all of that, and then also hire people who are indigenous to the community served, who are not at the bottom but have the freedom to move up and down the organizational ladder. One thing I was thinking about, Dave, is group therapy. I imagine most people with us today have created some type of a therapy group before, led one before. Interestingly enough, in America, group therapy was really created by people who were grieving and going through trauma. World War I veterans came back from war, suffering from a condition called shell shock. Today we call it post-traumatic stress disorder. And the typical scene following the war was 10 soldiers waiting in a waiting room, smoking cigarettes, exchanging war stories. And what they discovered by accident is that the time they spent in the waiting room exchanging war stories was more therapeutic than the hours spent with the psychiatrist. So they advocated to be seen together. That was the birth of group therapy in America. So when you hire people in indigenous community who's had some of the same experiences as clients serve, you create that Me Too experience. You're not the only one that's going through this. I've gone through this too. And that helps with making those human connections. I was with just last week, a group of people that spent 25 years in prison. And each of them shared a story of being incarcerated and not being able to go to their mother's funeral. And as I was listening to them, I said, it seems like you all have known each other for 50 years, the way you communicated with each other. No, we just met, but we're in the same boat. I think that helped you. Who we hire is important.
I agree with that and would echo that, our workforce in various systems need to be reflective of those that we're serving. There's so much power in that, so much understanding that can happen. But I also understand that within various systems, it's very difficult to make change happen. I think with that, we continue to have events like this that would recognize those challenges, and we continue to educate those who are in those systems as a starting point. There's just so many more ways, what we talked about earlier in terms of systems healing systems, and it's going to come down to collaboration because it cannot just fall on one person. The DEI coordinator, that's going to be huge, a job for them, and sometimes can be put them in difficult situations in terms of what those expectations might be when we're working against the policy that's not going to be able to change. And then when we start talking about government facilities and all the red tape that comes along there, it has to start with let's go ahead and start educating these people even outside of this system so they can start impacting change as well.
Thank you so much for that answer and for all of your insight. How should we support the mental health workforce to better hold and heal grief in the context of community and institutional violence? And I think about it's not always just directly treating others, but also the constant what you see on TV and the news that reminds you of all of the violence that's going on. How do we support in our daily lives, but also in the workforce, the people who are working in that space?
Well, I think for us, that's always a challenge, right? Because, we all have our own, losses, right? Pretty much everyone, myself included on our team, we are survivors of homicide. We've lost loved ones, not just to community violence, but also to institutional violence. And so I think the charge is always, how are we holding space for ourselves, right? And one of the things that I wrote down was, it's so important to acknowledge our own humanity and the humanity of of the people that we serve with, right? Because we look at this as service, and that we look at the grief of other people as sacred ground. And so it's important that the same compassion, the empathy, the support that we extend to people outside, that we also hold that same level of compassion, empathy, and understanding for each other by acknowledging our humanity and the humanity that is tapped because we do this work, but also the humanity of our own experiences. And if we look at nonprofit culture, for example, has an institution, right, that some of those same drivers that happen in other institutions that are external facing also happen internally. And so it's important to us that internally that we have this culture of healing, of mutual support, the recognition of humanity, and that it is safe to say that I'm hurting, I need a break, I need time. It is safe to do that without fear of passive aggressive retribution, because that's what happens in many organizations. We want people to do the work well and hold this space, but then there's passive aggressive retribution and punishment from within internally, from the institutional practices that we have yet to challenge and change.
So I think that in the future, in terms of healing, we are going to learn a lot. And I've been paying as close attention as I can to Native American communities in healing. There's a group that's called White Bison. And they're helping some of the tribes achieve 40 and 50 and 60% recovery rates. And they're pulling the whole tribe together and talking about this is what happened to us. And this is what we're going through. And there's a group in First Nation tribe in Canada that went from 100% alcoholism to 95% recovery. And they've maintained a 95% recovery rate for 4 decades. And every time there's a loss, they pull the whole tribe together. This is what happened to us, and this is what we're going through. As a backdrop, I was working with a group that had me come in to do, White Bison, amazing, healing circles, where January through March of 2020, we were processing the loss of their clients. They work with former gang members, and 9 of their clients were murdered in a 3-month period. That was January to March 2020. And then COVID-19 struck. We went from live healing circles to Zoom healing circles. And then 6 months later, George Floyd was murdered. So we went from the death of their clients to COVID-19 loss to George Floyd. And the gist of these healing circles is we come together and we have some kind of rituals, and then we talk about what people are experiencing, what they're going through, what type of losses they are experiencing, who else is experiencing those losses so they know they're not alone, what's helping you cope, right? And what do you need from each other? And what do you need from leadership as we work together and move together through this process? So we just stop and we heal together.
I appreciate both of those responses and think you're both spot on. What I think about is how we decolonize what the practices are, because so much of what is taught, the manner in which it's taught is based on that hierarchy. And when we're talking about healing the healers, healing the helpers, it's not always safe for a helper or a trainee to go to their supervisor and say, I'm struggling with this. This is what happened for me. And then what's going to be the impact on my grade? Or are they going to say, maybe I'm not fit for this program right now? That has to be changed. We have to really look at removing that power differential. There will be times, of course, where our supervisors are going to be providing that level of expertise based on their training, but also allowing that person to be human within those times of training and supervision. We have to allow for that and remove that hierarchy. The other piece that I think is necessary is how we revise our policies and procedures to where they can support individuals in the grief work that they're doing and the traumatic work that they're doing, and going back to that secondary traumatic stress that that our providers or our peer support workers or community outreach advocates, all the things that they can experience, what is really set up for their well-being, and how is that reflected in the policies and procedures, and allowing extra time for them to heal, for them to have that space to recover and be well in the work that they're doing and in their lives.
Thank you so much. we'd like to field a couple of questions that are in the Q&A, and certainly there's a lot of conversation going in the chat room. If anybody in the audience has questions, put them in the Q&A. But this first one for the panelists, if you would all speak to the epigenetic impact of intergenerational trauma.
What's even more, so it's real. It has a way of running through families and affecting families across generations. And there's good news. And the good news is that we can heal intergenerational trauma. My family had this history of trauma, and the end result of that is just about all of my aunts and uncles. Just about all of my aunts and uncles developed substance use disorders in order to cope with that family trauma. But one man, my uncle, entered recovery, right? And that was 1987. And we now count 30 people in our family who are in recovery, right? He was murdered 2 years in recovery, but he changed our whole family dynamic forever because we count 30. And when he was murdered, we pulled all the cousins together. And if you have 14 aunts and uncles, you have a lot of cousins. And we said, we have to break this pattern, right? We inherited a legacy of like violence towards children in the family, not knowing who your real father is in the family, right? Lots of secrets. And so we have to start doing things different, right? And so we made things ultimately better for the next generations. There's a book that I read called It Did Not Start With You. And it's about breaking intergenerational patterns of trauma and family. I'm a true believer that it's really possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that. And yeah, there is so much that can go into the epigenetics, and what it comes down to is what is coming into our DNA. So even if we think about a mother who's pregnant and what she's experiencing, what is she sharing with her baby as she's carrying her baby? What is being passed down, and how will that manifest after that child is born? What will they carry? What we know is that when we look at Holocaust survivors and their children, they were more prone to anxiety or PTSD. That does not guarantee that you're going to have anxiety. That does not guarantee that you're going to have PTSD or depression. It does not guarantee that, but it does show up in your genes. And I'm not a geneticist, so I can't speak too much onto that other than from what I've read in the research and what I've experienced even in the work that I do as looking through family histories. But that is what can happen. And yes, absolutely, it's at the cellular level in terms of what is passed down, what we're going to be more prone to, and how it manifests. But just as Mark has said, healing still happens. And that doesn't mean that, again, this is guaranteed because you've experienced this trauma, because this is in your DNA, that you're going to be a certain way. We can all grow. We can all continue to heal.
I think the only thing I would add is just, and what, again, and it's not my lane, but what I just would add is that sometimes when we're exploring these family histories and these patterns, and now we have this knowledge about epigenetics and how certain things are passed on through our genetics, is that it's really, really important that we hold it in a really non-judgmental kind of way, right? That there's so much shame that as you try to explore some of these patterns, whether it's in your own life or with the people that you are working with, that we don't do more harm, right? And contribute to any level of hopelessness that people may be experiencing. But one of the things that I do with community people, because that's the focus that I have in terms of educating people around trauma, especially around adverse childhood experiences, is I focus in on the biology part of it, the nervous system part of it, and the volume control, and how I think someone mentioned earlier that your baseline, your starting point is a little bit different because of your history and your genetic background. And so it's an easier access point in terms of decreasing the amount of shame and stigma that people may experience as you attempt to uncover some of these patterns as a means to help them understand their pain, their suffering, their grief, but also has a means to help them understand their healing, their strengths, and all of the things that they bring that have allowed them to survive thus far and even thrive.
We have several other questions, but I think we probably have time just for one more that I'm putting in the room. But it's this question is: we are from a rural area and we do not have any luck with support groups. It seems as though stigma plays a big part in this. Do any of you have ideas how to set up and sustain successful support groups? Now we're talking about rural areas, but the core of that question is also about stigma and how do we address stigma, whether it's in rural areas or due to culture, gender norms, all of those things. And how do you create those groups in ways that create that emotional safety for people to share?
One just quick, I wanted to make sure I said this because we started out talking about grief, and someone else can answer that question. I wanted to say to the group that philosophers said that one does not truly die until the last time someone on earth speaks your name. What I wanted to say to our people with us today is that if you keep helping people, there'll be people speaking your name for a long time. I think there's some rural areas out there. There's some rural areas out there who have been successful pulling together such support groups. I was working with a group through NAMI, and they pulled together 4 farmers from a small town that talked about their depression as farmers, right? And they were instrumental in reaching other farmers. So all it takes is a handful of people from a community willing to step up and tell their story, and it makes it easier for others in the same community to tell that story, just a handful. They went on local radio and started sharing their story, dealing with depression while being farmers, giving others permission to do the same thing.
And I think connection can be difficult even in an urban area, especially. So where I live, our population is less than 100,000 people. So, and we're closely to 3 other cities, this upstate area. And so a lot of people know a lot of people know a lot of people. And so, whenever you have that, you run into these nuanced layers around confidentiality, support, safety. And I agree that it comes down to getting a few people together who are willing to tell their stories. And we're finding that people are willing because they have been denied access to actually be heard and seen and supported in their grief for pretty much their entire lives. And so we see that people are way more open than they have been in the past. So I say keep trying.
I agree. The other piece that I would add would be look at the community itself and what's culturally appropriate. Depending on the communities where we are, there may be ways in which we have to reimagine what the group actually looks like. So in one instance on a reservation where we provide services, it was literally coffee in the morning. And that's what it was all about, was just, let's just have coffee. And it was elder males who were coming in for the coffee in the morning. And it was about 7 a.m. that they were showing up. So, it was just a time to have coffee. And they shared openly about anxiety. I mean, it was just a very powerful group, but there was never this mention about mental health or like a support group, just come in for coffee. The other piece that I had experienced in a rural community was branding, when it was time to do branding the cows, like how much of a group that was. That's culture still. That's culture from a different community. So it's really important to kind of like reimagine, how am I defining what a group is supposed to look like? How can I access them in ways that are going to be more appropriate to the population that we're serving?
I wonder, are there any institutions in that small town that has a lot of respect, where if they call some kind of a gathering, people will be more likely to be engaged in that?
I'd like to thank you all. I mean, this is a good example of bringing community together, whether it's across the street or across the country. We are here hearing your voices, and I'm really grateful to have all of you here as panelists. And I'm going to hand you off to Leora. Leora.
Okay. Dr. Warrior, Mark, and Lisa, and Dave, thank you so much. I have not seen a live lit chat like that in so long. Yeah, I could just feel the virtual room like, Ashe, amen, yes, and what abouts. So we're grateful for you grounding us with a really hard, nuanced, intricate, and webbed conversation point. I want to offer the same rhythmic, speaking of a trauma-informed, right? We'll do this after every single session so you know what's coming. The same questions for us to help metabolize and integrate our learning that was so rich and powerful. So I want to offer these 3 questions. From what we just heard and held with Mark and Lisa and Dr. Warrior, what might you integrate? What might you need to study further? And what might need strengthening? And I'm going to repeat one more time. Some of us, because we are grief nerds, or let me say it another way, we are so dedicated in this work, we feel like we need to go get the full degree in the next thing, or we've got to go fully immersed in this content, or we've got to completely realign the way we're operating. I want to be kind and gentle to ourselves and our own nervous systems. Maybe it's one thing, a book that Mark mentioned, or a reframe of a question that Lisa posed, or a study of ancestry with a strengths-focused and oriented route that Dr. Warrior called us into. Maybe it's one thing that we might do a little bit differently after today. So I'm going to pause to see if we can offer in the chat. Yeah, we've got the concept of well-briety. Thank you, those of you in the crowd who are offering how you're integrating and what is impacting you. I want to say, really, as a speaker, it really helps our own nervous systems ground. Yeah, we've got folks who are saying greater explorations of internalized perspectives of marginalized populations, or populations that dominant culture marginalizes, and the encouragement of authenticity and cultural practices serving individuals and their communities, the interplay of anger and grief. Yeah, maybe grief from different cultures, integrate my own lived experiences, reimagining how to approach creating groups, beautiful. And being more mindful of communities that I'm serving. Thank you. These are really beautiful. Yeah, someone's also offering sharing my own story to relate. And I want to, I hope Dr. Warrior, Mark, and Lisa, you can feel me looking directly at you. It is really a gift to be radically brave with our own grief in our personhood and in our purposehood when we speak to people that we don't know. So we're really, really struck by the 3 of you naming and offering. Okay, someone's reading Touches on the Heart. So Mark, you've got everyone a Father G follower. We love it. Everyone should be part of the Father G collective. And conscious of language and how much burden of change I put on the clients I work with. Y'all, what a gorgeous call-in. Beautiful. Okay, I'm just reading some of them because they're coming so fast. Recognizing and helping clients recognize the forms of grief that it occurs, how it impacts chronic illness, loss of relationships, and loss of expectations. Yeah. Okay, I'm taking a deep breath. I'm going to invite this panel a big round of applause. I know this is one of the things we lose in the virtual spaces. You don't hear and feel the energy in a room. But I want to offer a huge gratitude and round of applause to Dr. Warrior and Mark and Lisa, your first panel of this whole 2 days. Thank you so much for starting us off so powerfully.
Thank you for getting us ready and this process. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Dr. Warrior. Thank you, Mark. We are at a inflection point in our day of learning. So we're about to take a break.
Welcome back to our second panel of GSVLI 2023. My name is Oriana Ides. I am a TA specialist with MHTTC in Region 9, and I'm incredibly honored to be in this space with you all. I hope you were able to offer your body and heart a bit of gentle movement and space during the break. We are only a quarter of the way through this very rich and vibrant offering, and just to speak for myself, the range and depth of emotion that has surfaced for me has been vast, a lot. I am feeling incredibly grateful for the bounty of example that was offered in our last discussion in regards to historically targeted populations, affirming their personal and collective power through grief and grieving. And it's been beautiful to see in the chat your learning, your experience, and your wisdom as participants as well. I want to offer a few collective breaths before we move into this second panel. The invitation is to engage with these shared breaths to whatever extent feels comfortable or accessible for you. So if you can or would like to find comfort in your seat, might require some wiggling around or some movement. Invite you to pay notice or feel the weight of your feet on the floor. May soften the tissue around your eyes. Release whatever you might be holding in your jaw, your chest, your stomach, your thighs. Invite you to, in your mind's eye, imagine ease washing over your entire being. Visioning your breath starting from the earth and rising up through your feet, your chest, to the crown of your head. Suspending your breath, the top of your head, and exhaling out your mouth. I invite us to do that 2 more times together. If you choose to at your own pace, that's fine. You can follow my lead. Imagining, visioning the earth rising through your feet, holding you up through your thighs, your stomach area, your chest, through your throat to the crown of your head, suspending your breath at your crown for 3 counts. 1, 2, 3, and exhaling long, slow out your mouth. One more deep, sustaining, cleansing breath, an embrace from the earth to yourself, in through your nose, from your feet, through your legs, through your chest to the crown of your head, and exhale out your mouth. So much of this morning so far has been naming. I invite you to find the chat and name. What are you experiencing in your body in this moment? Acknowledging your somatic experience through these conversations, through this learning, through this sharing. Thank you. Beautiful. Hope, presence, appreciation. Lovely. Thank you. Please continue to share. We are creating that feeling and extending it out together collectively. So welcome to session 2, panel 2. This session aims to create a safe and brave discussion around IPV and GBV. Before handing it over to our panel, I'm going to offer just a bit of grounding into what and why this space is so important. So first, what is IPV? Intimate partner violence. It refers to abusive behavior and a pattern of behaviors that some believe aim to establish power, and control by one person over another within an intimate relationship, such as current or former spouse, dating partners, sexual partners, and domestic partnership. In framing this conversation or this space, I want to acknowledge that some of us may feel new to IBV or GBV, which is gender-based violence and grief. And some of us are well-versed, maybe even versed beyond our liking. We welcome those of you who have lived experience and practice experience to share your input, your resources, your grief-sensitive approaches in the chat when we get to the discussion and at the Q&A portion of this offering. Being in a generative conversation about IPV is important to me personally for so many reasons, largely because I feel a deep calling and a commitment to the parts of our human experience and our relational experiences that are often unspoken. I feel deeply called to moving them into the light. Though we mustn't ever normalize the behaviors of IPV or GBV, we must absolutely make abundant and safe space for us to share our experiences with it. And only through honest sharing and learning and calling in and denouncing might we find the healing that we need. I personally have had to navigate IPV and gender-based violence pathways towards healing at every stage of my life and within every identity I carry. As a daughter, a mother, a partner, an educator, an activist, a therapist, no one is untouched by gender-based violence and by interpersonal violence. So I want to share a bit of grounding about why this and why now beyond me, a few statistics. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 2 trans folks experience IPV in the United States. In 2021, around 45,000 women and girls worldwide were killed by their intimate partners and or other family members. This means that on average, more than 5 women or girls are killed every hour by someone in their own family. Most violence against women is perpetrated by current or former husbands or intimate partners. More than 640 million or 26% of women aged 15 and older have been subjected to intimate partner violence. And just invite you to take a breath and allow those statistics to settle. Move on to the next slide. So survivors of domestic violence are grieving for multiple losses, right? Why grief in this conversation as it applies to intimate partner violence and gender-based violence? And I'm incredibly grateful and looking forward to the ways in which our panelists are going to explore this far further. But we know that grief is, big G is often related to grief in terms of death and loss in that regard. But small g, and it is not a small g, is in relation to all these parts of ourselves and our identity that are lost. And that is absolutely compounded in this realm of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. We'll move on to the next slide. Yes. So I want to, as we are queuing our panelists to come on in just a minute, I want to reiterate some of our housekeeping items and some of the ways as a project we aim to uplift or promote or protect safety. And so if closed captioning is something that will support your ability to be present in this conversation, we strongly urge you to access it, and that can be found at the ruler bar of Zoom. We've made every attempt to ensure that this is a secure space, but if in the result of insecurity deemed by our team, we may close down and use the email that you registered with to communicate with you. So just a note about that. If you have questions, we really, really do urge you to pose your question. Last offering was so rich and vibrant because of the inquiry you posed. So we have the question and answer portion of this available. So insert your questions into that so that we can keep track of them. And then there is a space in the chat for all attendees to share your wisdom, experience, and your thoughts in relation to this in the chat. Also invite you to follow us on social media and to stay connected with us in that regard, as well as in regard to our other offerings. So enough about that. If there are questions in regard to our housekeeping items, we invite you to post them and we will respond to them in the chat. Again, uplifting our values as a program, that we remain as centered as possible in a person-first communication, that we are rooting into our own lived experience, acknowledging our lived experience as we take into the experience and count the experience of others, that we are healing-centered and solution-oriented. And if there is anything else that you need in order to feel present and open in this conversation, we also invite you to share that in the chat, and we'll make efforts to uplift those values as well. So we are going to get into our panel presentation and then conversation. We have three incredible folk present to uplift their experience and their wisdom in relation to IPV and GBV. So just a bit of a preview, each person will have between 10 and 15 minutes to share. And they will then go on to the next person. So we'll hear from all three people, and then we will engage in a dialogue, in a conversation. All right, so our first up is Leontine Evans. I'm not gonna try to spell out your earnings, your titles, but I invite you to please welcome Leontine Evans, MFT, and please introduce yourself. And we're so honored to have you. Thank you.
Hi, I am Leontine Evans. The MFT is the most important part. So in Nebraska, it's provisionally licensed mental health practitioner, provisionally licensed alcohol and drug clinician. So our titles are just a little funky. I am actively a marriage and family therapist in private practice here in Omaha, Nebraska. So it's amazing to be here today. So we are gonna spend a little bit of time talking about grief, but not the kind of grief that we generally experience. So I was hearing her speak earlier, and I don't feel like we talk about what happens after the fact. We always talk about what's going on when the abuse is happening, how that is impacting someone, but we don't think about what happens after they leave, what happens after the relationship is over. We think that there should be this sense of happiness and joy, and that's just not the case. So if we could get into the slides, that would be great. That's me. Go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so in order to understand how someone can grieve a relationship, we kind of have to understand how they got there. And it may seem, once again, basic to everyone else, but understanding how the cycle works isn't as easy as we would expect. So I was talking to someone recently who lost their mother and broke up with their partner, and they didn't understand why the impact of losing their partner actually was more than the death of their mother. But it's all based on relationship, right? And so the closer we are to someone, the deeper that loss is. Go on to the next slide. So when we talk about IPV, they always say that there's only 4 stages of an unhealthy relationship or abuse. I like to say there's 5, because trust building is really what's happening first. Before the tension, before the incident, we start building trust. So even if you've never had experience with IPV, most of us know what it's like to ride a roller coaster though. That first time getting on a roller coaster, when you're in line and someone's telling you like, it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be cool, everybody does it, we should do this, it's great. So you get on, you get in line and you're anticipating and you're starting to build expectations of what this should be like. And you're fine, everything's cool. And then you get on and they put that bar over you and you're like, oh Lord, okay, what's happening? But I think I can do this. Then we're on a straightaway. Everything seems okay. I feel safe. It's fine. And then out of nowhere, twists and turns and ups and downs, and we don't know what's happening and we can't explain it. Our stomach is in our feet and it's scary and it's uncomfortable, but we can't get off. We're strapped on. We're at the top. There's nothing we can do. We're stuck in this situation now and we got to ride it out. But then the straightaway comes back and we're like, okay, I survived that. It's okay. I can manage this. It wasn't that bad. Then it happens all over again. That is what IPV feels like. This is something you've looked forward to. You looked forward to being loved. You look forward to this relationship. You look forward to partnership, and they have built trust with you. They have convinced you that this is love. And then something happens and you start feeling this tension, but it doesn't make sense. And you start thinking, well, what did I do? Because we were so happy and then now we're not. And I don't know what changed. And then the incident happens. And that incident may not be a hit. It may be emotional abuse. It may be mental abuse. But because of everything else that has happened before that, you don't interpret it that way. Then next thing you know, we're back on that straightaway and everybody's okay. And I survived it. It wasn't that big of a deal. It's all right. And guess what? I'm going to stay on this ride because it wasn't that bad. And this person makes me feel safe. Even though they may be the one causing me harm, I feel safe with them in the midst of the chaos. And then that becomes our norm. Most people who rode a roller coaster for the first time still ride them all the time. You know what's going to happen. You know it's scary. You know it's dangerous, but you keep getting on them anyway. That's how this works. So when we talk about how can we grieve something that was so horrible, it's because of this. Because it's not always horrible, because I've built trust with this person, because I have a relationship with this person, because I love this person. It's an intense feeling of separation from what you're familiar with. Next slide, please. So as a clinician, what the heck does that mean? Like, what do I do with this? Well, one, remaining non-biased is the most important thing we can do, and understanding that even if you haven't been through a situation, or even if you know everyone that's been in a situation, my patients are 90% survivors of SA or IPV. It's really all I work with. So, but every single one of them is different and every journey is different. But what I have found is, next slide, CBT works best when working with someone who is identifying what they're processing. So someone comes in and they are now free of this relationship for whatever the reason may be. And you're trying to figure out like why they're not celebrating, why they're not ecstatic about the relationship being over. But this is someone they woke up to every morning. They went to bed with every night. They were their comfort, and the chaos became their norm. Because of the manipulation and the psychology of the brain, we know that we come into this world craving connection, but then when a trauma happens, our brain rewires itself and changes to protection. So because of that, there has been many changes in the brain that really has turned this person into someone different. What modality do we use to change cognition? CBT. That's why it works. So because survivors have been groomed to accept abuse because of their own deficits or their insecurities, it's their fault, they need to understand that their thoughts have been distorted and that the way that they process information has changed due to the abuse. CBT focuses on changing thought patterns and behaviors, but acknowledging your role in it. Not saying that it's your fault, but understanding that because of the manipulation and things that have changed the way your brain looks at things, you may not see yourself or even trust your own thoughts to understand why you feel how you feel, which is also why it's important to help a survivor to recognize what stage of grief they are in. Next slide. Go ahead. So the 5 stages of grief, survivor edition. When we talk about the 5 stages of grief, next, we generally look at it when we're talking about death. But this is a death. It's a death of a relationship. There's a significant amount of loss. So a survivor is going to experience depression. That initial loss, trying to figure out what the heck just happened. And you're thinking, I am nothing without them because they have become my everything. That is an abuser's way of keeping someone in a relationship. The isolation, manipulation keeps you from everyone, so then they become your everything. If one person becomes your everything, losing them makes you feel like you have nothing. That's where this depression comes from. So we see depressive states, we see anxiety, we see a loss of self-identity. Eventually, we can move on to acceptance, but acceptance is hard and acceptance is still very lonely. We might even consider reconnecting with our abuser because who else the heck do I have? At least I had someone. When you don't have a strong sense of self, you will be consumed by the relationship. So it's easy to start feeling like that loneliness means you need to reconnect with that person instead of understanding that the identity you're looking for is your own. So helping a survivor to realize the loneliness they're feeling and the gaps that they're feeling have to be filled by themselves, not with another person. Next slide. We're going to go through denial, which is that confusion, that avoidance, that fear of it's not really over. The average survivor has to leave 7 times before actually leaving. So if we've gone through this cycle, this roller coaster 7 times, what makes this time different? You also start to believe that maybe this time isn't different. Maybe this is just a break. Maybe I was wrong. And if I could help them do this, if I could help them understand that, then it could be better. Which also goes to the bargaining, which we know that it's, if I didn't do this, that would have never happened, and then we would be okay. It's our job to help go through these different cycles, the different stages of grief, not only help someone understand what cycle they're in and what stage they're in, but understand that separation doesn't mean happiness. It doesn't mean a sense of freedom all the time. You can still feel, it's kind of like being on the treadmill for a long time and getting off. Like you still feel like you're running sometimes. That feeling lasts for a very long time, unless you have the proper support and you can start recreating that self-identity. I've never had a survivor come to me and say, I am grieving the relationship and I need help. It's usually, I'm in a depressive state and I don't understand why. I'm crying all the time. I feel lonely. I'm having sex with strangers. I am drinking more. I am turning to drugs and alcohol. to occupy my time because I don't know what to do with myself without this person. My life has been consumed with a relationship. Now that I don't have a relationship, I have no idea what my identity is outside of that. Next page, please. So we talk about language all the time. When we are thinking about a survivor of IPV, our main focus, or what I've heard our main focus is always, they should just leave. Just leave. If it was that simple, IPV wouldn't be a thing. We wouldn't have to worry about any of this. After you leave, that's when a new level of issues come up. So if we're going to encourage people to leave and we're going to safety plan with them so that they can leave, we have to safety plan with them for what happens after they leave. This sense of grief, the depressive state, the anxiety. As a survivor myself, after I got out of the relationship, I used to have panic attacks in the middle of the night when the house would settle, just because it would trigger something in my brain to say, that's what it was like when he would come home, and I didn't know what version of him I was going to get. And so that would trigger that brain. But I wasn't prepared to still feel that a year after the relationship was over. I wasn't prepared for him calling me 37 times a day, coming up to my job. I wasn't prepared for the after effects. So if we're going to encourage people to leave in safety plan, we have to be knowledgeable about what the risks are after the fact. Some people are in a worse mental state after than during. So just keeping that in mind, not blaming, not asking what did you do, or therapy is about accountability, right? We have to be able to help people look at themselves. But in this situation, when you're dealing with survivors, that's not okay. In this situation, we don't want to just focus on what they did and their role they played. We have to focus on trauma history, mental capacity, all of these things, but never asking the accountability questions of what role did you play in the abuse, or what did you do to them, or things of that nature. Remember, 75% of deaths related to domestic violence occur while the victim is attempting to leave or afterwards. It's generally not actually during the course of the relationship. Next slide. Feel like that's it, maybe? Okay, yes, changing the narrative. When you're dealing with a survivor that is grieving the loss of a relationship and doesn't understand the feelings that they are feeling, now you'll be able to identify that this is grief and it is a normal feeling and it is a sense of loss and why it's a sense of loss. And it's our job to create brave spaces and not make it about you. As a professional, we tend to think we know everything and we really know nothing because they are the experts in their journey. So proper self-disclosure, building healthy relationships. I always say that therapy should be an example of the healthiest relationship in your life. It should be effective communication, trust, accountability, all these things. And if we can do it in therapy, you can do it outside of therapy. So if I can have a healthy relationship with you and show you healthy relationships, you can do it outside of the therapy session. We just have to remain non-judgmental and remember to collaborate with the patient. Only they know what's safe for them, what's best for them, and how they feel. We can process the levels of grief. We can teach them the stages of grief, but it's our job to collaborate with them on what's best for them and how they can navigate this space in a mentally safe space so that they can come out better on the other side. I think that's all, maybe. I hope so. Yes, I believe that is all.
Thank you.
Trying to wrap that in 10 minutes is hard. Okay.
Yeah, we're not putting a period at the end of it, just a comma.
Absolutely
because
not.
there is room, there's time for further conversation and more sharing. But I really thank you for allowing us a peek into the emotional and psychological landscapes of those navigating these dynamics and situations, as well as some real concrete therapeutic modalities and ways of engaging to support trust and exploration of possible routes out. So with that, I would like to now welcome our second panelist, Jennifer Khalifa. Thank you so much for being here, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Oriana, and thank you so much for those words. Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Khalifa. I use she, her pronouns, and I am joining you from the beautiful Tongva land here of Southern California, and I just really appreciate your warm welcome into this space. And for everyone in this webinar chat, I am looking at your comments. I am hearing and seeing your stories, and I just want you to know that I hear you, I see you. You are deserving of so much love. You didn't deserve those experiences, but I am very appreciative of you all being here. We have so many expectations of our survivors, our victims, and our thrivers of IPV or gender-based violence. The only expectation that any of us should have is for them to survive. It is very hard. I am going to be sharing with you sort of from that advocacy lens, a little bit about me. I have been in the world of gender-based violence prevention for a little over 10-ish years now. In my day job, I am the Senior Director of Prevention Strategies with our State Domestic Violence Coalition. I have been in the field as in the capacity as a preventionist for many years when prevention was very new. I started my career in the shelter as an advocate, and I currently teach the intimate partner violence class at California State University, Fullerton. I do identify as a survivor, and again, just my deepest gratitude for being in this space. How I got into this field and understanding crisis and understanding grief, there was a brief point in time where I did lead crisis intervention work and grief work. And one of the biggest takeaways that I had in both of my worlds in trauma is that our systems, our societies, our families of origin, no one teaches us how to grieve. No one teaches us necessarily how to feel. There is a lot that is taught to us to help us turn off sometimes those feelings and those hard and those very difficult emotions. But I hope as one of the takeaways from today is just understanding how all of us can feel empowered to feel and to heal and do the same for the victims and survivors and thrivers that we work with. We can go on to the next slide. I could spend the whole 10 minutes talking about why I'm here, but I do want to extend that invitation for you to connect with me after this. So when it comes to supporting our victims of IPV, I think it is very important, just as what was stated, is understanding that this is very much a loss and that this is a very real loss. When I am training advocates and I'm training my students, one of the very first activities that I have them do is we go through a set of questions, and each question is targeted at helping them identify a value, something of value that they have in their life that gives their life meaning. So what does culture mean to them? Who are the people that are most important to them? If they have children or pets, who is the most important person in their life besides them? I have them compile this list, and then we walk through an activity where I then have them eliminate those things. And I let them know once it's gone for good. And for them coming in as an advocate, it is for them to help to understand that as someone is exiting a relationship like this, they are having to say goodbye to these things, and this is just a piece of paper that is in front of their face. But for someone else, this is very real. And that grief journey, that pain journey, we all know healing is not a linear process, and we're going to have some really great days and some really bad days. But grief and trauma is very complex, and that it is so important that we show up and addressing the grief and making space and containers for that grief so that our survivors can heal. So just some of the things that I wanted to list here and note as being really important as we do survive or support our survivors on their healing journey and as we are helping them address their grief. One of them is creating a space for survivor-centered care and just understanding that every single one of us, we carry these individualized experiences. We all come with different traumas. For some of us who might represent communities that are part of the global majority, those traumas are going to be very front and center. They're going to be systemic betrayal traumas. We might be navigating systems that aren't the safest for us. So what happens if I'm experiencing IPV and someone has told me to call law enforcement? Yeah, that doesn't feel like a safe resource for me. So how are we being trauma informed in our approaches and understanding that there's going to be loss at every single step of the way? Making sure that whatever clinical support that we are providing, that is done on individual terms. And I think that was so beautifully just said prior to me, making sure that we are understanding those dynamics of IPV be, that no one wakes up in the morning and says, hey, let me just be in this relationship that is so messy and so yucky and has diminished my self-esteem. One thing I always share with my students, I'm like, if we went on a first date with someone and they just out of the blue punched us in the face, for most of us, we wouldn't be going on a second date, but we know that that is not what this looks like. It is something that builds up over time. I deeply appreciate you adding in that fifth component of the trust building, right? Of that grooming period that happens, because a lot of us come with different elements, and I'm not going to get into all the, all the different psychosocial dynamics of connection or, our trauma bonds that lead us to these relationships. But all of that just to say that, sometimes these things just naturally occur based on where we are in life, based on the experiences we've previously had. And what matters is the here and now, and where are we at when we are seeking care and supportive services. Going on to restorative justice practice, as I said, I am someone that comes from the prevention world. And what that essentially means is we are empowering the folks that we serve to be able to utilize and navigate whatever systems they feel are going to help them secure justice, for them to get healing. And that needs to be defined by them. I really feel prevention work is synonymous with healing work. Restorative justice practice is very synonymous with healing work, with allowing the individual who has the lived experience to navigate and have your support as they do so. With IPV, this does require short and long-term support because, as I mentioned, grief and healing, it is a part of the equation. When we think about trauma and loss, the opposite of trauma essentially is choice. And when you are in an imbalanced relationship where you have a coercive or controlling partner, an abusive partner, there is the absence of choice. Therefore, you are experiencing all kinds of different levels of trauma. Well, when you exit that relationship and maybe you go into a shelter-based program, you might be asked to hand over your cell phone. Well, what is that? That's the opposite of choice. You might have a time period where you have to check in and out. Well, what is that? That's the opposite of choice. So even though we do our best to show up in the most trauma-informed way, for our survivors and our thrivers, that might not be what they're met with when they're out in the world and trying to navigate healing and safety as they leave. Ensuring that we do have culturally responsive support and making sure that we are addressing the needs. I really deeply appreciate the way that you listed the way that folks, as I mentioned, from the global majority, from our queer community, how they are impacted by violence is very different. The numbers and rates, the services they receive, vastly different. The stigma that is associated with that, vastly different. So we need to make sure that we are being culturally responsive, that we are decentering ourselves, that we are centering the voices of those most marginalized and most impacted. And again, looking to them as the experts of their lived experience and making sure that we are providing comprehensive care. And lastly, really providing holistic approaches, understanding that grief is at the center of this, the need for healing is at the center of this, but yet so commonly grief is ignored. When I was doing grief work and I was doing IPV work, I did those in two separate spaces. And it wasn't until now that I'm like, wait up, these are one and the same. But again, no one has taught us how to grieve. No one has taught us how to feel. A lot of times for us, it's let me move on. Let me get into housing. Let me show up. Let me put on a brave face for my children. How many of us have done that? I don't want them to see me cry, but why not? Why aren't we showing them what that looks and feels like? Next slide, please. And let me know how we are on time, because I can talk for so again, here, just the complexities explored of understanding gender-based violence, trauma, again, the opposite of choice. One of the biggest takeaways I had in graduate school, this was talking about substance use, where they said the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but the opposite of addiction is connection. Trauma serves to disconnect us from ourselves. Trauma will serve to disconnect us from the people who love us, from our communities that care. And our job is to be able to empower, to restore that connection so that people can heal. Healing from trauma and grief is a very distinct process. It is a very individualized process, but it's important to name it and see it and just recognize that it is at the forefront and the center of the work that we do with gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. But you have all these different intersecting components of the ways that this shows up for us as individuals. There are key differences. The main differences between healing from trauma and then going through grief are the nature of the experience, the ways that we respond, the recovery, and the goals that we may have. All of these things are going to look different. when we're talking about trauma, it could be a car accident versus healing from something like gender-based violence or something where there is continual loss. What happens when I go to a court hearing and I need to get a restraining order? What happens when I lose my job or have to relocate? What happens as my children grow older and now they have all these questions? There's going to be loss at every step of the way. And therefore, there is the need to address grief and to center healing. Next slide, please. So my takeaway, and I hope this is my call to action, is just that all of us can be advocates and we can be voices for change, ensuring that we are really building in some comprehensive strategies, protocols, resources for a lot of my clinical folks who I definitely appreciate every single one of you and the work that you do. The way that we advocate for change is really supporting the need for grief support in addressing gender-based violence. Someone who is grieving, someone who is hurting and is experiencing pain, those are all risk factors, as was just beautifully and eloquently laid out for us, risk factors to someone grabbing on to some maladaptive coping strategies, to maybe re-entering another relationship where those power differentials exist. But they are risk factors for these things to continue. So it is on us to try to build places and spaces and containers where folks can find healing and that it is recognized that that need is there. So I hope that we can all work together to heal together alongside each other as one another, that we can support our victims and our survivors and our thrivers on their healing journey as they are trying to navigate the complexities of exiting a harmful relationship and also making sure that they are finding the healing that they need. We think of gender-based violence as being I don't know how wide my zoom is being way over here, and then homicide is way over here. That is not the case. They are right here side by side. That first 72 hours when someone exits an unhealthy relationship is the most critical time, and when we see the hugest increase in number of homicides. Next slide, please. I want to leave you all with my information. Please, please, please reach out to me. You can email me anytime. I am happy to check in or chat with any of you. And I just, again, want to extend my deepest gratitude for you inviting me into this space with you all.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. There's a million things I'm grateful for in what you just offered, your use of language and how intentional you were with the way you used language to talk about this. Also, the ways in which you spoke to the human desire for connection and what calls us to connection and what we would withstand for the hope and possibility of connection, and as well as the trauma-informed principle of voice and choice, right? And how often as service providers, we may make missteps, right, in our service provision when we are not allowing for choice or supporting choice. Before handing it over to Lisa, in just a brief second, I want to just uplift the invitation to share input, to continue to share input and resource and grief-sensitive approaches in the chat. The chat is incredibly vibrant and robust and full of wisdom. And I also want to just invite you to be mindful of personal experience you're sharing. It is absolutely welcome, but just want you to take a moment to think about the personal experience you're sharing in this public space, and to check in with yourself around what you might need as you're engaging in the sharing and the reading of the chat. We want to honor your confidentiality and your experience, and just remind you that this is going to be shared in larger or other spaces as well. So if you have a question about that, reach out. Some really beautiful questions coming up in the question and answer box that I am excited to get to. Before that, Lisa Zoll, we welcome you. Thank you for being here, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you for having me. I certainly appreciate it. And I can see how all of our information overlaps and it correlates with each other. So I'm excited these are to share what I have, but it's also acknowledge how important these conversations are and that we're having now and that we have to continue to have over the course of the work we're doing. So I'm outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So I'm on the total opposite coast of where some of you folks are, and it's starting to be winter, more winterish here. I own a private practice called Grief Relief. And what I started out doing was just, I thought I would work with folks with grief. People are grieving, I'm going to help them. Well, what I realized is that I'm also seeing a lot of traumatic grief that was coming through my door. And so we started working with, so we do a lot of traumatic grief work, and we are trauma and grief specialists as a practice. I've also done some teaching at Temple University in their Master's of Social Work program. And the article that I'm going to talk about is from Social Work Today. It was an article published in Social Work Today. So let's get to the first slide about disenfranchised grief. So this guy is the grief thief that my nephew invented for me. So I'm guessing a lot of you may know or have heard of the term disenfranchised grief. It came around in the early 2000s. Kenneth Doka is the one that coined the term. And it's used to define grief that is not socially supported, validated, or publicly acknowledged. So people, in other words, the loss, the person has no right to grieve the loss that they're experiencing. So the grief is minimized with cliches. And we've all heard those horrible cliches that people say, oh, it was their time, and, they're not suffering anymore. And I think people don't mean them to be disenfranchising or minimizing of grief, but so often they just kind of slip out. I think because we're at such a loss and so uncomfortable about what to say, and let alone we're looking at people that are grieving something that people don't want to talk about. Like, it's hard enough to talk about grief, but it's also, let's talk about the grief of intimate partner violence. I mean, that's not like you're not going to go to a holiday party and say, hey, let's have this conversation or bring it up, because it is very uncomfortable. So it becomes invisible. And the invisible is about the avoiding talking about the painful losses because of maybe shame or stigma or guilt or any of those things that people will experience as they try to navigate these relationships, these toxic relationships that they're in. Next slide. I thought the best way to conceptualize disenfranchised grief is using the unwords: unsupported, unacknowledged, unvalidated, and unrecognized. So I think that those 4 words really encapsulate the term disenfranchised grief. Okay, next slide. So there's 3 primary levels of grief that tend to be ignored or denied public support. And so let's talk about those for just a minute. The relationship between the griever and the loss is not acknowledged. The loss is not recognized as legitimate, and the griever is not acknowledged. Sometimes we talk about children, they're too young to understand what's going on, or developmentally or intellectually disabled, or the elderly. We kind of always, we just think that, oh, they won't get it, or when they talk about the elderly, they're like, well, they've been through it all. They get it. They've done this. So that's not helpful. None of that is helpful when we ignore or disenfranchise people's grief. The relationship between the griever and the loss is not ignored or not acknowledged. Sometimes we talk about pet loss. Like, oh man, it's an animal. No, it's a pet. It's a person. It's a family member. So there's a lot of grief that goes along with that, and people will minimize that grief. So we're not going to acknowledge that. The loss is not recognized as legitimate. Maybe you were the girlfriend of somebody that died, and so now you can't grieve that publicly because there's a stigma to that. So there's all kinds of things that get in the way of expressing our grief. And people, like I said, people are uncomfortable to begin with talking about it. So if there's a way to avoid it, let's avoid it. Let's go over here. Let's not talk about it. We don't want to touch that. We might make it worse. What if we make it worse? And I see there's a lot of things going up in the chat about things people grieving a perpetrator of a crime, leaving a job, leaving your fur baby. And the other thing I was noticing that somebody said, I forget what it was. Anyway, I'll get back to it. Miscarriage. That's another one. Yeah, people don't know what to say. What do you say? So I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to make it worse. All right, next one. So what about disenfranchised grief and intimate partner violence? So when we look at disenfranchised grief, it can be closely linked to those losses related to IPV because of they're not recognized, supported, validated, or acknowledged, right? The victim's grief, like we talked about earlier, is often kept invisible as they try to keep the abuse hidden because we don't want to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it because somebody's going to judge us or somebody's going to ask those questions. Why didn't they leave? Why didn't you just leave? We don't have that. Victims don't have that choice and voice very often because they don't. So they stay because it's safer to stay than to leave, as we were talking about with the other panelists. If we want to transform the social norms at the root of violence, we need to talk about it. And that becomes a real challenge sometimes. Society as a whole has a fear of addressing our worst secrets because sometimes we think, well, if it happens to you, it can happen to me. If you lost this, or you lost that person, or I lost that person, you know, the chances are there's a probability and a possibility that it could happen to any of us, and that's kind of a scary thought. We don't acknowledge the reality of the abuse. If the reality of the IPV is not publicly supported, any losses are not going to be acknowledged on any level of society, in our own small circles, in the larger society too. We just avoid what we don't feel comfortable with. Next slide. In the beginning, there was a little bit of a slide like this about the losses related to IPV. And when we talk about these losses, these are losses that are legitimately things that we grieve. You may grieve. I was thinking about the person I wrote this article about, intimate partner violence. She lost both of her children to murder. But before that, she was in an abusive relationship, which she had left before all that happened. But she talked about, you know, how she lost her home. She lost the hope. She lost she lost her sense of safety and security. She lost her vision of the future and the vision of what she thought her family would be like. One of the big things she talked about losing was her support of family and friends, because we don't know who's going to support us or who's going to turn their backs on us, who's going to take whose side sometimes. Because when you look at a couple, sometimes they look very happy and they're on the outside, and you've heard these stories, I'm sure. Oh, they're the perfect couple, and you know, everything looks great, and they have this great home and family and stuff. And then, you know, you hear one of the partners saying, yeah, but you don't see what happens behind closed doors. And that's very true. We don't. And so they bring it to us, and we close our door so they can talk about it, and we create a safe space for that to happen, and to start to process what all those losses are, what they're going to look like, what they mean, and how we're going to deal with them. And how do we stay? How do we leave? How do we manage all of the things that we're trying to manage, all of the losses, all of the grief that we're experiencing at once? Is it gets, I feel like it's like a cumulative process. The grief is cumulative. You start to lose things slowly, and over time you lose more and more and more of yourself, of your self-esteem, of your identity, and of your dignity and your independence. And soon you probably, there are times when you may not recognize yourself. So what do? We try to enfranchise the disenfranchised grief. We try to empower the disenfranchised grief and the people that are struggling through these situations. Okay, next slide. And I like this picture. This is a melting popsicle. You probably have had these in your life. Sometimes we grieve things that others can't understand. And I think that's really true. Like, I might grieve something and be very upset about a loss of something. And you might look at me and say, what? Why are you upset about that? Why are you upset about leaving this guy that's been abusing you? And I'd be like, well, you don't understand. As the other two panelists talked about, I'm leaving a lot behind when I do that. I'm leaving a lot behind when I do that. And this is not what I pictured. And now I have to wrap my mind around what this new reality might look like for me. All right, I think that was my last slide.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. Invite folks to take a deep breath. There was a lot there. Thank you for extending the permission to grieve parts of our world that are often undermined and ignored. It can be so wounding, right? When that happens. And I think about our work towards wholeness, how damaging it can be to our sense of self and our healing journey when we're not given the space to acknowledge the parts of ourself we're losing. We're moving into conversation. And there was some really powerful questions that were posed as folks were listening to your offerings that I'm going to uplift. But we also have some questions that we planned on posing in this space and time as well. And so the first one is, where does the field of counselors, therapists, social workers, peer providers as well get it right in this regard when it comes to grief counseling survivors of gender-based violence or interpersonal violence? And where are we getting it wrong? And there was some alluding to it already in your offering, but just want to give you a little more space to elaborate upon that.
Oh, you want me to, is that for me to answer?
Sure, you can begin, and then if other folks have answers or something to contribute, we'd love to hear.
I think where we get it right so often is that we hold space. I love the term holding space. We hold space for people and what they bring with them to our office, and it becomes a safe, that holding space becomes a safe space for people to talk about, what's going on and tell us things that they might not have ever told anybody else, or may not feel comfortable talking to their family and friends about. And I think it can be very scary to open up about these things at first, because it makes them real. And suddenly I'm speaking this out loud, and I'm speaking it into a reality that was only first, something that I struggled with on my own. So I think we get it right with our approach to being non-judgmental and holding that space for people to talk about these things that you can't talk about maybe to anybody else.
I would like to add on to that, because I don't know, I dropped my camera. Did I do that or someone else do that? I think I did that. Oh no, it's my computer doing that. Okay, it's fixed now. I'm so sorry. I would like to just agree with that. I think where we get it right is we name it, right? And we are trauma informed in our approaches. I remember the first time I sat down with a therapist and she looked at me and said, "You are the victim of domestic violence." And now, of course, we use language like IPV. We use gender-based violence to talk about folks who are unmarried, to talk about folks who come from the LGBTQIA community, talk about folks who are aging, to talk about our youth who are impacted. But at that point in time, I had all, this cultural and societal narrative in my brain of like, no, IPV, it's man and woman, they're married, they have kids, they have a different age. I never would have seen myself as a victim. So I feel like we get it right there. But one of the places where I don't want to say get it wrong, where we could do better, and I think this might, if I'm allowed to answer one of the questions in the Q&A, because I appreciate this question so much. Someone said, how do we recover from burnout as a GBV advocate who have experienced IPV in our role? So one of the things I want to name and where I think we could do better is the fact that this is not a field that is absent of victims, right? Even especially when you work in the IPV field, it is a field full of trauma, and a lot of us, probably the majority of us, carry our pain stories into our work, and that is why we are here. And we have been really trying to grapple with and find ways in which we can address our survivorship in our advocacy, because that also creates a barrier. For a long time in the field of IPV, we have decentered our survivors. We have even created limits saying you can't work in this field unless you are 1 or 2 years outside of your victimization. Then you can join us. And so we are really working hard at how do we recenter our survivors in this work, but also honor our own voices without us feeling. For a long time, I felt like I couldn't speak up or share my story or even come to my bosses. I thought I would be fired. And so we're trying to really create healing practices so that we can also coexist with our lived experiences and our stories in this field. I don't know if that addresses burnout, but I really deeply appreciate that question.
And I'll just add on one last thing, but absolutely what Jennifer and Lisa just said. I think we are getting it right when we just make space to have these conversations, put a name to it, identify what it is, and kind of normalize these conversations so that we lessen the stigma, right? The more you talk about something, the less stigmatized it is. And that's kind of the goal. Areas of opportunity, we would, it's still one of those things that I feel people don't understand. So when we say someone was raped, it's like, poor person, like that is a horrible thing. I can't believe this happened to you. When we say someone is in an abusive relationship, people's minds still go to, well, that's their fault. Like that's a choice. They are choosing to stay with this person as if they aren't a victim. And I hate that word, but when you're still in the situation, as if this isn't someone being victimized. So I think we could put out more information. We could have more conferences like this that go more in depth on what this looks like, what this is. This isn't someone choosing to be in a situation. There's so many factors that go into how someone becomes a survivor of IPV, a victim of IPV. I will never forget when I sat in a conference, still in a very unhealthy relationship, sat in a conference and someone was asking, well, how does someone become a victim, or how, like, who is a victim? And the presenter said, oh, they're vulnerable, they're weak, they are, easily preyed upon, as if we were like an animal in the wild, a little meek animal or something. And I'm like, but anyone could be a victim. Anyone could be a survivor of IPV. This could happen to literally anyone. So just kind of still working to provide education and knowledge on a grander scale like this, so that we can really work together to change the narrative when it comes to what a victim or survivor of IPV looks like.
Thank you. And I concur. Some of the fiercest people I know have found themselves in situations that were incredibly painful and abusive and had dynamics as such that we have just been exploring. This next question is about culture. It's about like organizational culture, but also our identities, home culture. So what are the ways in which culture and identities influence the way we understand survivor grief and influence our response, both as individuals, providers, and as systems?
I think I'll tap in when we talk about cultural diversity when it comes to IPV. Being in Omaha, Nebraska, diversity in this field is not the greatest thing. But on a grander scale, when we talk about providers dealing with these types of situations, there are cultural differences that we need to understand. However, for me, it's always going to go back to the relationship, because each individual experience is different. And so if everybody I know has dealt with IPV, but we have different races, different cultures, different ethnicities, different things, each thing has to be treated differently. So for me, even with our police department, right? So you call and you report domestic violence, they come, the first thing they did for me was look for bruises. My skin doesn't bruise that easily. It's a little darker. So pushing to change those kind of policies of what you feel like the norm is based on your culture and what's accepted there versus what looks normal for me and what is allowed in my culture. So I've had people come in and say, like they were called out of their name, they were called the B word, but for them, culturally like that was playful. Like that's not something, but their therapist actually made a report that they were concerned about the well-being and like the safety in their home because of the language that was being used. But for them, it's like, this is just how we talk. So just being aware of the cultural gaps and cultural gaps in knowledge, I think is important, not just for IPV, but just as professionals as a whole, knowing that your experience and understanding is limited based on your own beliefs and where you are. And it's your job to get to know each individual, their culture, their understandings, and their scope, so that you're not reporting things falsely based on your own perspective, excuse me.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think that was so beautifully and perfectly said. I think when it comes to culture, our cultural considerations and how to be appropriately culturally responsive, it's also looking to our communities as of assets, as opposed to communities of deficits, and really looking to those who are impacted as the experts in their story, as the experts in what responses are appropriate. Because just as you named, there's so many different cultural considerations. For some folks, like talking about IPV, if you think about us, even as a society, 20 years ago, no one talked about domestic violence. That was something that happened and stayed behind closed doors. When it moved from the bedroom to the living room to outside, now it's on the front lawn. And as more, visible and public folks have become more open, then, we're having some deeper conversations. But it took us a long time to get there. And we have to understand that there's different stigma, right? Or there's different cultural considerations, or my family of origin might not have been a family where I could have talked about my emotional well-being, my intimate relationship. These might not have been places and spaces for me to do that. So I think just being aware that those dynamics exist, and let's make sure that we are being appropriately responsive, but also that we're listening to our communities, because those are the ones who know what answers are the solutions that best fit them. What does prevention look like for them? What does mental health services look like for them? What does restorative justice look like for them? So I think it's just building our own capacity and awareness around how to be culturally responsive helps in all aspects.
Thank you. Here's one more question, and then we'll move into the questions that our participants are posing. What are some of the similarities and differences between trauma healing and grief healing for survivors of IPV? Are there differences?
I was going to say, I think there yes and no. I think when we look at it, we think of trauma and grief as sort of a Venn diagram, where you have trauma. Did I turn my, oops. No, okay. Where you have, one circle is trauma and one circle is grief, and then they overlap, and in the middle you have like the traumatic grief. So I think how you what do you address first? And I think part of that is meeting clients where they are. What is the person presenting with? Are they traumatized? First of all, I feel like sometimes you have to sort of process the trauma before you can really get into the grief. Sometimes it just seems that way in what I've seen, and I could be wrong. I'm just speaking from personal experience, but it seems like if you can clear and process some of the trauma, then you can make way to start looking at the grief. And I'm trained in EMDR, and that's a huge, I feel like that's a game changer when it comes to trauma. It doesn't seem to work quite as well with grief. So I feel like if you can clear some of the trauma out, you can then address some of the grief. But at some point, you have to, both of them they intersect, and you're going to be dealing with both of them in one way, shape, or form.
Thank you. Do others want to respond to that question?
I can just add it. When I was thinking about and contemplating on that question, it reminds me of just, how two truths can be true at once. So I can maybe not be in a state of being traumatized, but still have my grief, or I might be in a state where I have my trauma, but I'm not in a space to process my grief, or it could be both at the same time. And so I think it's just holding on to that two truths can be true at once, and we should be best prepared because they are going to look different and they are going to look similar at different times and stages in that healing process.
Thank you. There was a few questions posed that center the experience of children and the dynamic between child and parent when cycles of abuse occur. And so maybe I'll kind of ask them together. Can you speak a bit to the cycle of IPV and kids grieving the loss of a parent due to violence? Yeah.
I think that's such a complex question. Like it's layered. Because I also think one of the hardest part about grieving is sometimes grieving someone who's still here. I think it's easier to process and understand when someone passes away. And you know that eventually you have to accept it, they're not coming back. However, when we talk about grieving a parent, we're not always talking about them passing away. Sometimes, yes, sometimes that is a horrible consequence of these situations, but we lose our parents in these situations in so many other ways. So once again, we go back into the presentations of when someone is being controlled, manipulated, abused by their partner. A lot of our times our children don't get the same version of us. And so being able to give them space to process their thoughts and their feelings in a safe space as well. One, I don't think we see children as valid human beings who have thoughts and feelings and emotions. And we really need to stop looking at them that way because they are humans and they don't have the tools to process these things. But I do, I feel like I could talk. This is dangerous because I could talk about this for a whole hour on hours of how important it is for parents to realize that every single thing you go through, every relationship you experience, your child experiences with you. And then they also may grieve your abuser. So once you leave the situation, they may grieve that person too, because they had a sense of attachment to them. And even though it was unhealthy, that was a mother figure or a father figure to that child as well. So then what does that look like for them? I don't want to take too much space, but I think overall, grieving is more complex than we can cover in this small amount of time. And when it comes to the parent-child dynamic, I think that's like a whole session within itself. But at the end of the day, we just need to give children therapeutic space, a safe space as well. And sometimes that means outside of their parent, because I personally don't see children anymore because I can't see children and return them back to the same thing that's causing them harm.
Thanks for fielding that so well, because I wasn't sure what to say either. And I don't see children either. But one thing I know from the story that I wrote the paper about, the article about, is that sometimes when we're talking about what goes wrong sometimes the court system gets it wrong, where they will put a child, sometimes if the parents split, one parent doesn't always get full custody, so that sometimes the kids are going back and forth between somebody that might have been the abuser and the other parent. And it does happen frequently. And what my friend was told when she tried to get custody of her kids was, just because he does that to you, Mom, doesn't mean he's doing it to the children. And, he ended up killing the children. So, I mean, I think that's a really tough place for kids. I mean, there's, I think, like we were saying, there's a ton of grief, and that's that disenfranchised part where, we see kids won't understand, and they might not understand, but we still have to try to figure out how to kind of explain it in terms that they can get, in a way that that doesn't disenfranchise their grief as well.
Thank you. We have one more minute, and I want to pose 2 questions in that 1 minute. Well, one is around, and I don't anticipate we have a full answer for this because it's huge, but how are we supporting perpetrators of violence in building their ability to acknowledge the harm they're causing? There's a question here around clients' inability to acknowledge the grief that they're imposing and only their own loss and experience. I'll pose that question. And then there's so many questions here about, how did you learn all this? Where are you going? What are you reading? Deep appreciation for your knowledge and the way you're presenting it. And what can we read? Where are the resources? What communities can we tap into and be a part of? And so I'll share that and maybe give you each a few seconds to respond before we move into closing this panel.
A few seconds. I can do it in a few seconds. As far as knowledge, I think it's everywhere. I would say you start local with your local program, because they should all offer some level of advocacy training. That's where most of us get our start, especially with IPV. And also connect with them because they're aware of what resources are available. On the national level, you can look to the National Network to End Domestic Violence. If you are here in California, you can always connect with me at our state domestic violence coalition. Again, at that local level, you can get certified as a domestic violence counselor. In California, that is a 40-hour training, and it might look different state to state. So plenty of opportunities, and anyone, it's an open door. If you would love to connect with me, I am happy to connect with you. As far as the way that we support those who have caused harm, I love using that language, person who has caused harm, as opposed to aggressor, perpetrator, abuser, because, and it's not to excuse behavior in any sense of the word, but it is to say that maybe there is some healing that is needed also on that end. And that's also a point of grief and processing, is how do we, again, 2 truths can be true at once. How do we validate their pain, but also they have these behaviors that have additionally caused harm? There have been some amazing programs that do some really great healing work and restorative justice work with those who have caused harm. And I have some additional resources on that. So if you would like that information, I'm happy to connect with you as well as some organizations who are doing some phenomenal work that is centered on healing for those who have caused harm.
I second that. I won't go into all the details because I think our time is up. Check your local resources, any kind of Women's Center for Advancement, any kind of IPV organizations. They have all the resources you need. Unfortunately, most of my knowledge came from lived experience, and then going to school and realizing that we don't touch base on lived experience enough, or IPV as a whole. We usually just give out numbers and websites and don't really go into the full scope of how do you treat a survivor, though? How do you treat someone who is actively in these situations? So then I became building a curriculum on my own to fill in those gaps. So they will give you my information, same as Jennifer, open book. Please reach out and we can answer more questions that way. I
have one thing that 3 word, I believe you, is something that said one day to, she was in her 50s. And she said, she was telling me about being abused by her cousins when she was in elementary school. And she's telling me this story. And she's like, yeah, this happened, this happened, this happened. And I said, I believe you. And she said, what? I said, I believe you. And I guess nobody believed her. Her mother didn't believe her and, dismissed it. We're not going to talk about that. Don't talk about your cousin doing that. So those words, I believe you, were so powerful in that situation. And I think if people feel heard and believed, that's a huge step to building that rapport that we need to have with our clients, no matter what they bring to us.
Thank you. Thank you. To be seen, to be heard, to be believed. Such healing medicine in that. Thank you all so much. We invite folks to share in the chat your appreciation. It is full of appreciation already, but invite you to continue to do that. Invite everyone to take a deep breath and to check in with your body before rushing into the next thing. Maybe even before answering these questions, an invitation in the chat for you to kind of reflect now, just seconds away from this experience, what you might be integrating into your practice and into your work. What are you eager or excited to study further? And what might you personally or within your organization need strengthening? So the invitation to make meaning and to reflect and kind of capture for yourself and for us collectively here what you're taking away as we close this panel. Love to see that shared in the chat. And I will hand it over to Leora.
Thank you, Oriana. Thank you, Leontine. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Lisa. I'm also in deep gratitude to the participants, to all of you. Again, you have made, I'm continuing to be floored by the vibrancy of the chat and in the room. You've really made both panels, both 75 minutes, so connected and so courageous. And I want to offer, can we go back one slide, please? I want to offer that when we were designing GSVLI, that one of the reasons that we even had this panel was because many months ago in another session that I was facilitating, someone said, we were talking about grief and trauma, and someone said, wow, I just realized that I've done a lot of trauma healing with my experience with IPV, but I've never grieved. I've never done grief work. So of course, for me as a witnesser, I'm going to do a cue one more time to my colleague to go back a slide. As a colleague, I thought, that's right. Like, where is the space? Who is talking about grief and IPV? And in a deep Google search, these were the three people, Lisa, Leontine, and Jennifer. So this is a call-in to us as providers. This is a call-in to us as providers, that this is an area we need to dedicate more time, more resources, more funding, and more courageous conversations so that we can be skilled both in our own practice, healing our own, what we bring into our practice, and also what we bring and where we can push the field moving forward. I'm gonna again ask my colleague if someone can move the slide back to the three probing questions. Thank you. Also, isn't Dave moderator, Oriana moderator, our team is so amazing, so amazing. Thank you, thank you. I want to offer again that we have a CV that we put together of all of our faculty's bodies of work so you can extend your learning. And I know that some of you might have learning anxiety where you're like, there's so many questions in the chat. We didn't get to queer IPV. We didn't talk about intersectional IPV. What about So I want to just name out loud that what we'll do as a GSVLI team is we will compile all the questions that got answered and didn't get answered and field them to our panelists who hopefully will continue the gift of responding so that we can continue to resource you. Okay, all that to say, we're about to move into a longer break, but I would really invite us to give ourselves the gift of metabolizing and integrating. So if you can please take a moment as a gift to yourself to offer what might be one thing that you are going to integrate in your practice and your work, what might you need to study further, and what might need strengthening. I know for myself, I personally, Leora, I want to do deep work in intergenerational IPV, grief, and violence healing. I think there's a deep discussion between the first panel and the second panel, and also how that lives in our bodies and in the generations that we come from. So please share in the chat if you're open to it, or just with yourself for your own integration. What might you integrate from this last panel? What might you need to study further? And what might need strengthening? I'm going to remind everyone that I'm going to actually read some of these out loud. They're so powerful. I want to share with others that grief not only happens with a death, but in many stages throughout our lifetime. Yes, that goes back to our opening definition of grief, that Kenneth Doka reminds us grief is not a reaction necessarily to death, but also to loss of identity, loss of what could have been, should have been. I didn't think I was going to be with this person. I never thought I would be experiencing IPV. I never thought I would be in this place, right? We have another colleague who is offering I Believe You and violence healing. We have another colleague who's saying keeping and holding safe spaces to name and acknowledge a process, to study exactly what Leora, with the no N, what I was offering, and a space to heal my own experiences with disenfranchised grief. Right. we can actually say to ourselves, I believe myself. I believe myself, and interrupt gaslighting of our own experiences. We're all deeply, deeply skilled professionals, wise humans. And we ourselves could, all of us could be panelists in this conversation. Okay, I want to study the impact of IPV in my own life, relationships, and how it shows up in my parenting. I believe myself. Oof, yes, beautiful. Understanding that grief of anything happens in multidimensional ways in people. It is not linear, it is not reduced, and we can't, as Nelba reminded us this morning, we can't just extract it. Okay. Clearly, we could go on and on like this, but we are into break, and I do want to give us time for our nervous systems to settle. So we'll practice choice. If you want to stay in the space and you want to continue to chat and share your learnings, beautiful. If you want to take a break, that's also beautiful. So I want to offer what our next moves will feel like. We're about to be in break. We'll come back at 10 after the hour, 1:10 Pacific.
Thank you so much, Leora, and welcome back, everyone. I hope you all found the break beneficial. I know I certainly did. Went down and grabbed another cup of coffee, so I appreciated that. My name is Felicia Benson. You might have heard me conducting some of the tech checks in the background. I'm one of our MHTTC GSVLI staff, and I'll be leading us to our next session. I am noticing, if we could get the slides back up, please. My colleague Gabrielle, you could pull the slides up. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I will be leading us into our next session and moderating today's workshop. On each day of our GSVLI, we want to offer deeper learning time through a workshop session. The workshop will allow us to engage in a different way than the panel, and the intention is to strengthen our skills. While the topic or client population may not be 100% aligned to yours, as Leora had mentioned for some of the other sessions, there's always opportunity to glean a takeaway or learning that you can apply to your work. Next slide, please. At the start of each session today, we have been going over these housekeeping items. So for those of you just joining us, here are our housekeeping items. We've made it through the majority of our day and haven't had to stop our presentation unexpectedly, but if we do, we'll follow up via email immediately using the email that you registered with. If you have a question for our workshop presenter, please use the Q&A button. In the chat box, we welcome you to share ideas, resources, and thoughts that resonate with you. Just to reiterate, these sessions are being recorded and all materials will be posted to our GSVLI landing page. I'm going to ask my colleague Ricardo to please go ahead and put that link into the chat. You will also receive an email on how to access your certificate of attendance for attending today. This event is closed captioned, so if you have not enabled that, please do scroll to the bottom toolbar of your screen within Zoom and click on that CC. Otherwise, next slide, please. Because this is our first workshop, here are some suggested ways we can learn together in a way that respects all funds of knowledge in the room. Samantha is about to skillfully lead us through a charged topic, one that might be deeply personal for some, political for others, or proximate for the communities with whom we work. While we're on Zoom webinar and not face-to-face, there's still an opportunity to be clear and kind with one another in how we want to show up for ourselves. I'm going to read them out loud, and I invite you to reflect on one or two working agreements that feel most necessary for you in this space. You don't have to share, it can be silent identification. So the first, safety and self-preservation first. Second, we are each our own best expert. Third, be as present as possible. Fourth, sharing isn't mandatory. Fifth, recognize that no two grief experiences are the same, and that grief isn't held equally in our culture nor in our workforces. Let's listen to each other with care and respect and dignity. And lastly, but not least, expect and accept a lack of closure. I'm going to keep these on the screen for just a few moments longer, as I did not read all of them out. So you can sit with that process for just a few moments before moving on to the next slide. Okay. And we want to be mindful that these agreements can also help steer us when we are in the chat discussion, when we are disclosing information into the chat and using that Q&A box. Gabriel, if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So without further ado, as part of the GSVLI 2023 planning team, we also wanted to highlight a strong leader in the grief field. Today, we have the honor of learning with Samantha Anthony from the Uplift Center for Grieving Children based in Philadelphia. Uplift serves the greater Philadelphia area, which is experiencing alarming rates of trauma, violence, and grief. Uplift offers peer support groups for children and teens in grades K through 12 who have experienced the death of someone significant in their lives, and caregiver groups at the same time to provide support for adults raising a grieving child. Samantha will lead us through an interactive workshop together. We're so grateful to be learning with you, Samantha. I'm honored to be the moderator for this session, and I welcome you. Welcome, Samantha. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Felicia Shared, Samantha Anthony. I am a licensed professional counselor and grief clinician at Uplift Center for Grieving Children. So I'm hoping to spend time with you all today, sharing how we support youth, families, and communities that are grieving a homicide death. So I'm going to share a little bit about myself. Like Felicia said, I work at Uplift Center for Grieving Children. I am a grief clinician there. I'm a senior clinician there, and I have worked there for about 4 to 5 years now, but I've lived in Philadelphia for all of my US life. So a little bit about me personally. I immigrated to the United States of America in 2009, that sounds right. And for all of those years, I have lived in Philadelphia. So I consider myself Philadelphian by virtue of proximity. A little bit about me again, professionally. I am a clinician at Uplift, and at Uplift, we do offer, like Felicia said, free therapeutic grief support groups. We support youth ages 5 through 21, so grades K through 12, but also 5 through 21, in that we do also offer grief groups to our youth that are at the Juvenile Detention Center at Philadelphia, and we offer grief groups to caregivers as well. The sound is not good. That is not good. Is my sound better? Is this any better? Okay,
I'm hearing you okay, Samantha. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna scooch closer to my laptop and hope that makes a difference. Now I've lost my train of thought. Oh, so we offer grief support groups and to youth ages 5 through 21. We offer therapeutic grief support groups to caregivers, and we offer therapeutic grief support groups to the youth that are at the Juvenile Detention Center. I'm going to be presenting, like I said, on youth, families, communities that are grieving homicide deaths. Next slide, please. So my hopes for the not half hours at this point, 1 hour and maybe 10 minutes left that we have together. My hope is that at the end of our time together, we all will be able to identify 3 potential indicators of homicide death and related grief, that we will be able to describe ways to discuss homicide, so discuss and explore homicide with young people and their caregivers, and that we will be able to explore 3 reliable interventions for supporting youth, caregivers, and communities who are grieving a homicide death. Next slide, please. So I really appreciate that we all had a break, and in that break, we were kind of given options for ways to ground ourselves. I'm going to invite you to ground yourself, take a moment to ground yourself now as well. Here are some suggestions: breathe, hydrate, move your body, take care of yourself, because there is a lot going on in the world. So I want you all to do what you need to do to take care of yourself during this time, so that not only you can be present with me, but that you can be present after you leave this session. So if at any time during the session you need to take up and do a cartwheel, please feel free to get up and do a cartwheel. If you need to get up and go get a drink of water or get some coffee or some tea, please feel free to do that. I really encourage you to take yourself. Felicia shared, please feel free to use the Q&A and the chat to communicate with me. There are some slides in my presentation that are designed for us to have conversation, but you do not have to wait for those slides. If you have a comment for me, throw it in the chat. Question for me, please, you put in the Q&A. My commitment to you is that I will do my best to acknowledge everything I see in the chat, but there are currently 689 of you. So if I miss something, I apologize ahead of time, but I will do my best. I also want to put the slight disclaimer. I share cartwheels abound in the chat. I see them coming in. I want to give the disclaimer that like I said, I'm an immigrant. Therefore, English is my second language. What this means sometimes is that I lose track of the English word I want. So I ask for your patience ahead of time. And also you can chuckle with me if I happen to use the absolute wrong word in the moment. Next slide, please. Alrighty, so I've done a little bit of talking, and I would like to get well. There is a Mentimeter link available for this, which Felicia's going to pull up for us in a moment. And I invite you to answer the following questions: where you're logging in from, what your profession is, and either a fun fact or personal characteristic, or both, that makes you perfect for the job that you do. And I will go first because I am verbally. So my name, like I said, is Samantha. I am logging in from Philadelphia. I am a grief clinician. A fun fact about me, I am a lover of dad jokes. They give me pure joy, which means I'm going to expose you all to a dad joke. That was not a proper sentence. I am going to expose you all to at least one dad joke. Here it comes. And I refuse to apologize for this. I'm just going to throw it at you. Let's see. What country's capital is increasing at the fastest rate? I will give you the answer. Ireland, because, wait for it, every day it's doubling, and I refuse to apologize. And I'm looking at the chat, and I'm looking at the Mentimeter. So we've got California, Oregon, Portland. We've got folks that are calm. I really appreciate the LOLs for the every day it's doubling. We've got, I'm trying to see, messy and forceful, forgetful, insightful. So why do dad jokes make me perfect for the job I do? Because it means I basically have the same sense of humor as the 7-year-olds that I work with. Love to hear babies' laughter. Trying to keep up with both. We have 2 pet house rabbits who met students this week. That is awesome. I'm terrified of rabbits, but that is really awesome. The Mentimeter we have, so I see a lot of us are in the field. Many of us are in the field. Yep, I'm seeing social workers, suicide prevention. I am seeing PTSD recovery. So yeah, so a lot of us are in the field, and I'm just going to give it like a few more seconds, 30 seconds or so for us to share, get to know each other. Love to swim. Psychologist in DC. Great personality. All right, the immigrant in me needs to ask, OR is Oregon, yes? I'm gonna pretend that I have that right.
Yes, I will give you that affirmation, Samantha.
Thank you so much.
And even as I said it, my geography skills were put to test and doubting myself.
No, I'm not alone.
Hey, would you like me to take down the Mentimeter now, Samantha?
Yes, and then we can definitely go to the next slide.
Great, and I welcome you. Would you like us to resume your slides, or would you like to? Oh,
we can. Thank you so much. All right,
okay,
so
perfect.
again, like I said, I'm seeing that many of us are in the field. Many of us are in trauma or have been exposed to trauma work in some form, from what I'm seeing in the chat and on the Mentimeter. So in light of that, many of us may already be aware of what grief is. I know many of you have been in sessions and panels today, so we have had conversations of what grief is. So this may feel redundant, but I still like to do a refresher in case some of us are just joining us. And it's also good for myself, right? So what is grief? Grief, according to the American Psychological Association, is a response to a death, a change, or a loss. It is the way we think, it is the way we feel, and it is the things that we do after we have been impacted by a death, a loss, or a significant change in our lives. So as I hopped on at the end of the last panel, I heard some of us were discussing grief that was non-death related, right? So grief is also a response to a change. It can be someone in the caregivers in my life got divorced. It can be someone in my life got incarcerated. We moved to a new neighborhood. I moved to a new country. The face of my neighborhood changed, right? The buildings got taken down and new buildings got put up, and I've lived in this neighborhood for 55 years. So grief is a response to a death, a change, or a loss. At Uplift, when working with the littles, what we will say is grief is everything you think, it is everything you do, and it is everything you feel after someone important to you has died or after something in your life has changed. I also personally like this quote in the bottom right, I forgot what side that was, right-hand side of there, which says, "What is grief if not love persevering?" Now, if I watched that show, absolutely not. Is that quote absolutely poetic? Yes. So am I sharing it with you? Absolutely yes. Next slide, please. For the context of today, we will be talking about grief as it relates or follows a homicide death. So what is homicide? If we click, please. So homicide is, by law, just the act of one person killing another. It includes murder, vehicular manslaughter, negligent homicide, to name a few. I will be honest and say that my bias has always leaned towards, when I hear homicide, to automatically assume murder. Now, intellectually, of course, I know that murder is not the only type of homicide, but my bias has always led me to hear homicide, think murder. So what is the difference? I am not a lawyer. That is my disclaimer. This is based off of, a little bit of reading and research. Murder would be the intentional taking of someone's life. So someone got stabbed, that is murder, or violent taking of someone's life. Someone got shot, that is murder, right? They got stabbed and they died, that was murder. They got shot and they died, that is murder. So for example, what's the difference between murder and negligent homicide? Again, not a lawyer, but one could argue, depending on where you are and the lawyer that you have in the state you're in and the specific parameters around the laws of your particular location. Let's say I build a house and I obviously cannot build a house. I don't ask me what the corner and this machine do. I don't know. But let's just say I decided to build a house, right? Because why not? And I follow no codes, I follow no architecture, I follow no engineering, I just build a house. And then I rent that house out and somebody moves into that house. And lo and behold, as we all suspected, 3 days later, the house collapses in on them. That could be considered negligent homicide, because by virtue of my negligence, someone died. Murder is, let's say I walked into that house because I've decided I want my house back and I don't want them living in my house, and I stabbed them to death so they leave my house. That would be murder. Again, not a lawyer. So if there's anybody that is a lawyer or it has expertise in the legal field and you want to correct me in the chat or give us examples, please feel free to slide a few in the chat. Could I get the next slide, please? I'm looking in the chat and I see there is corporate manslaughter and deaths caused by negligent government incompetence may or may not be illegal. Now, let me thank you so much for that, right? So as we're seeing, like, homicide encompasses a lot. And again, depending on the state that you're in, the laws of your location and city and governments, and you will have different, homicide may be defined differently. What one state may call homicide, another may not. What one state may consider manslaughter, another may not. Also, depending on the lawyer that you have and all those particular factors. I'm looking at the pic for a second. So there's some stuff coming in the chat about homicide as well, and folks that have facilitated grief groups. My hope is that we will be able to share our expertise in a little bit on some of the slides. Please keep it coming in the chat. I will take momentarily. I will take moments to glance at the chat to make sure I'm not missing like a question or anything. I don't see anything in the Q&A, Felicia, unless you see anything in the Q&A real quick.
Nope, I'm just cleaning it up for you from last sessions, and then we will go back to it. I'll let you know.
Thank you. I do want to honor that I'm seeing in the chat that Linda, I'm just going to read your message out loud, that you have thank you for making the distinction between homicide and murder. Linda has a son who was murdered by gunshot, She has another son. Also, I made the assumption, Linda, that you were a she, so I apologize. Linda said that they have a son who was murdered by gunshot. They have another son who died of an overdose. Some would consider the person who provided the drugs for him would be considered guilty of homicide. This is not Linda's belief. Linda, I want to name that you just shared something very personal and intimate with us. And I want to honor the bravery it takes to do that with a group of folks that I'm assuming you've just met us all for the first time, but with a group of folks that you may have just met for the first time. And I will say to you what I say to the kids when we run grief groups. It takes a lot of bravery to share that. It takes a lot of bravery to show up in a space and be present with your grief while we're talking about something that you have personally experienced. So thank you for sharing that as well. All righty. So I'm looking at my slide again, and I wanted to talk about the statistics of homicide. And those of us that have experienced or know someone that has died by homicide may look at the statistic and feel similarly to how I felt. Sorry, get the previous slide, please. Thank you. So the year 2021, the Centers for Disease Control reported that there were roughly 3.4 million total deaths. And of those 3.4 million total deaths in the United States, 26,000 were by homicide. I hear the statistic and I think that seems highly underreported. Another way that the CDC reported this was that 7.8 of every 1,000 people died by homicide. Again, I hear the statistic, and based on my experience with the work that we do, this statistic seemed highly underreported. It just didn't feel right. So I reached out to a few of my colleagues and I said to them, hey, if I told you the statistic, what would you all say? And they tended to agree with me. The statistic felt underreported. Could I get the next slide, please? So in thinking about that statistic and why it felt underreported for me, I thought about the impact of homicide. So at Uplift, like I said, we do grief groups. We offer grief support groups to youth, families, and caregivers that have been impacted by a death. For us, many of the families that are coming to get grief support from us are reporting that the person that they are grieving died by homicide. Homicide is by far the most common cause of death for our families coming to Uplift. So in the first slide, the first graph, the purple one, homicide is the second largest cause of death for our evening groups. So the purple chart is for the families that come to get evening support groups in the evening with us after school hours. The orange graph is for families that are supported in school. So this is our in-school grief groups. Homicide was the largest cause of death for those families, right? So what we see at Uplift is many of our families that are coming to get grief support from us are coming because their person died by homicide. I didn't include this, but in 2021, the 2021-2022 program year, I want to say we supported about roughly 1,400 youth. And so of those 1,400 youth, and that's not including caregivers, they're sharing that their person died by homicide. Could we get the next slide, please? And of those homicides, what we saw at Uplift is that murder accounted for almost half of those homicides. So this statistic as well, almost half may be underreported, because what we see and what we've experienced is that homicide and murder specifically sometimes carries with it a stigma. So caregivers and families will share, my person died by homicide, but not be willing to share the details or qualify exactly what that homicide was. Was it a murder? Was it manslaughter? They will share it was homicide and leave it at that. And so we will go with what they share. So for instance, I've had a situation in which the caregiver called, they wanted to get their family enrolled. In talking to the caregiver and asking the caregiver, how did their person die? They shared, oh, the person died, it was an accident. So we recorded the cause of that death as an accident. Fast forward a few weeks later, in session with the youth is about 14 years old, and he shared, I think my person was actually shot, but we don't talk about that, right? So it's possible. And I would like to believe that the number for murder is actually higher than is indicated in our statistics, because sometimes it is underreported due to stigma, due to investigations still being ongoing and things like that as well. Alrighty, can I get the next slide, please? Okay, so again, the statistic for homicide indicates that homicide as a cause of death is statistically insignificant, but that's just as a cause of death, right? It's not telling us about the impact of homicide. So when I found this felt more in line with what I had experienced. There were two studies that I found, one from 2018, one from 2019. Both studies suggested that anywhere from 3 to 10 or 7 to 10 individuals are impacted by every homicide. So if we put that into numbers, what that says is for those 26,000 deaths in 2021, we have either 78,000 people minimum or 260,000 people impacted by those 26,000 deaths, right? By those 26,000 homicides. For context, the population of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, that's 302,000. So just a few more folks and the whole population of Pittsburgh has been impacted by a homicide. For the population of Rochester, New York, the population is 209. So actually more people than live in Rochester, New York have been impacted by those 26,000 homicides. Baton Rouge, LA, again, less than 260,000. So what we begin to see is statistically, homicide may not, as a cause of death, may feel insignificant. The impact, on the other hand, is highly socially significant. Next slide, please. So in that I have done a lot of talking, I'm going to invite you to do a lot of talking, or a little bit of talking. Felicia's going to pull up a chat, and not a chat, a Mentimeter, and I invite you to answer the following question, or to think about or reflect on. How does homicide show up in your communities, right? So in my community, like I said, homicide is one of the most reported causes of death, and of those homicides, murder is almost half in my community where I work. How does it show up in your communities?
Great, Samantha, I'm just going to interject to let people know that I did drop the link to the Mentimeter in the chat. For those of you who have not used Mentimeter before, please just follow the link, enter your response to the question. We will be using this Mentimeter throughout Samantha's presentation, so if you want to keep a tab open for that, I will advance to the next question when we are ready to get to the next question. Otherwise, that's my instructions for the day, and I'll pass it back to Samantha.
Thank you. Alrighty, so I'm looking in the Mentimeter, I'm seeing students and victims. So there's gunshots, violence, domestic violence, and drug-related, gang violence and physical abuse. One person said in the chat, they've definitely they just had 2 deaths there in the past Saturday due to violence, drunk driving, neglect, child endangerment, and guns, car fatalities. Were I a braver person at attempt to wrap these? I'm not that brave, perhaps one day. We have a large number of gang and drug-related deaths, vehicles, recent mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, drug and violence, gang community violence, gunshots. I'm seeing a lot of gun violence. I'm seeing a lot of gang violence, community violence. I'm also seeing a lot of drug-related violence, police brutality. Someone shared about 30 minutes from their home. There was a mass shooting, drive-bys, shootings, police, suicide, gun violence, drug-related homicide. So school lockdowns, guns on campus, carjackings, drive-by, murder among the 13 to 25 age group. Yep. A few students who lost their parents by homicide by shooting. Someone shared that they're also seeing the same in terms of impact, and that the population is less than 100,000, but the impact is definitely higher than that. Accidental shooting of teen by teen with a gun, playing with a gun. So accidents, law enforcement involved. All right, so what I'm seeing from the Mentimeter, I'm hearing a lot of gun violence. I'm hearing a lot of gang-related violence. I'm hearing a lot of, seeing a lot of drive-bys, law enforcement. I'm seeing a lot of accidents, right? Domestic violence and gun violence. Suicides and homicides. Drug overdose, car accidents, homicides, police brutality, hate crimes, teens racing down street, lose control of car, gun violence. Responding to youth suicide and accidental shooting with guns by children. Violence as the only option to solve disputes, police brutality, hate crimes. So, and one person shared their agency advocates, we're going with advocates for people with disabilities. So often crime shows up after needs are unaddressed. Road rage shootings, caregivers abusing children that were left in their care, physical abuse, human trafficking. That's one that I don't think I've seen yet. It may be on here, but I haven't seen it on here yet. Human trafficking, family violence, people with martial arts abilities hit someone in a way that causes death. Thank you. Felicia, I'm gonna take the Mentimeter down. I'm gonna ask you to take the Mentimeter down, but I want us to keep a lot of these patterns that we're seeing in mind, right? Gang violence, gun violence, suicide, accidents. We're seeing violence perpetrated by terrorists and traffickers, right? And so there so many patterns that we see is specific to our communities. And I want us to keep that in mind, because when we think about homicide, when we think about grief surrounding homicide, I think it is really important for us to think about it in the context of first the community that we serve and support, and then the larger systems around those communities. And we will talk about systems in a few slides ahead. But to pause myself and to think about, again, grief responses, right? So all of these deaths that you've named, all of these homicides that you've named that you see in your communities, every single one of those, every single person that has been impacted by those homicides will have a grief response, right? Now, disclaimer, grief is unique to the person who is journeying through it, right? My grief may not look the same as your grief. We may experience the same death. We may share a child. That's a really bad way of putting that, but we may share a child and that child gets shot and dies by homicide. My grief may look different from yours, because grief is unique to the individual that is journeying through it. Having said that, what we know is that there are some grief responses that are common or we see often in people that are grieving. These are some on the screen. This list is by no means complete, but these are some common ones. So sleep disturbance. We may notice that folks are having trouble sleeping, having nightmares, can't fall asleep, stay asleep too long, won't get out of bed. And this goes for folks as young as 5 years old to folks as old as 110 years old, right? Anxiety, worrying, needing validation. For young people, especially babies or infants or toddlers, what we see is that anxiety comes out in terms of like crying and throwing tantrums or getting extra clingy, don't want to sleep alone anymore. So you just got your baby to be able to sleep on their own. They're not about that life anymore. You just got your baby to be able to stay at daycare without throwing a tantrum. They're not about that life anymore, right? So when we think about anxiety, I do encourage us to think about, especially with younger people that can't vocalize it, about what that might look like, right? So what we might be calling, oh, they're just really difficult, might be anxiety. I don't understand why he's gotten this way. That might be anxiety. And we see mood changes, right? So temper tantrums, pardon me, unpredictable or intense emotions, etc. Vicarious trauma can be a grief response that is often overlooked. And we are going to talk about trauma, so thank you for bringing that up as well. Physical complaints. When we think about grief and trauma, often we think about the emotional responses, right? The anger, the frustration, the anxiety, the depression, the madness. For many folks, that is written on the body as well, right? So we know trauma writes itself on the body. Grief can also write itself on the body. So we might have stomach aches, headaches, digestive issues. For children, again, this may look like, I need to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom. For those of us that work in schools or work with children, we know that's not always a freedom that they have, yet it might be a grief response, right? That migraine that your client is telling you just won't go away, that headache that's not going away, that BP that their blood pressure that they're struggling with. So someone put in the chat, a 9-year-old male that will not sleep in his own bed but sleeps with mom. I'm going to take us back to anxiety. Yeah, that might be a grief response. It might be a trauma response, right? To take us back to anxiety. The next one is behavior aggression. That's also a form or a response, a grief response. So what that might look like is a 9-year-old who has been sleeping on his own all this time and suddenly he's like, nope, we're not about that life. I need to be close to mom. I need to regress back to the time when I did not feel safe in my own bed. And so needed to be next to someone that made me feel safe. That might be that 35-year-old client that you've been working with for a year on coping skills, and they experienced a grief, a loss, and suddenly they're engaging in unhealthy coping skills, unsafe coping skills, right? So behavior regression is also a grief response. children will get preoccupied with how the death happened, when it happened, am I going to die next? Are you safe? Right? So especially younger children we know that younger children are, the English word, one second, my brain is searching. Egocentric is the word I wanted. Egocentric. Younger children are egocentric in that, not to mean that they're narcissistic, but to mean that they struggle to conceptualize the world around them with them removed as the point of view, right? So the world around them happens from their point of view. So when a death or something traumatic happens, often young children will begin to think, what did I do? Because there's no way that it doesn't have anything to do with me. And that's just about where their development is, and nothing necessarily wrong or right with them. It's just about where their development is. Young children up until the ages of like 9, 10 are very egocentric in their thinking. The world revolves around their point of view with them as the centerpiece. Sensitivity. So we have we have folks that begin to get hypervigilant, sensitive to light and sound, etc. Focusing. Might notice that they're struggling to focus. So that 13-year-old that really will not pay attention in class, have we asked if they've had a death in their life, right? That coworker viewers that suddenly not focused at work, perhaps they've had a death in their life. That person that you're on the phone with, you're having a conversation with, and 2 minutes later they don't remember what you said, that might be grief. You're finding that you have a client that's struggling to keep up with their appointments, show up at court, show up at the doctor's appointment. That can be a response of grief and trauma, right? Could I get the next slide, please? So I've said grief and trauma, and somebody said it earlier. And as we were looking at the previous slide with the responses, many of us that work with folks that have experienced trauma may be thinking, yeah, that also sounds like trauma. And that is because what we know about trauma is that the way the brain responds to a traumatic event is very similar to the way the brain responds to grief, right? So what is trauma? Trauma, by definition, according to the DSM-5, is an emotional or psychological physical response to an event that the brain deems as too much. Okay, so what does that mean? I have a colleague who likes to use the example of a bear. I'm going to add to that and use the example of a bear, a lion, a tiger, and an alien, because why not? Let's use an alien. So, and for those of you that know this, just bear with me. If a bear, tiger, lion, or alien, I'm assuming you're afraid of at least one of those, suddenly showed up in the space that you are right now, just for no reason whatsoever. Hello, I am lion, tiger, alien, or bear. You would have one of 4 responses most likely. You might freeze. So you might be like, oh, if I just stand really, really still, this tiger might ignore me and might move on to other prey, possibly. You might flee. Who knew I could outrun a lioness? Who knew? I sure didn't. Let's go. Machaca, as we would say in Chichewa, right? You might fight. Listen, bear, knuckles up. I'm not gonna make this easy for you. Knuckles up, let's go. Or you might appease. Okay, aliens, yes, I agree with you. We're not doing great, us Earthlings. We're not. You're right. We can do better. I promise, aliens. Just please, 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 please move on to another planet. Please, we promise we'll do better, right? So you might fight, you might flee, you might freeze, or you might appease. What trauma essentially does is it makes it feel as though everything is a lion, a tiger, a bear, or an alien. It makes it difficult for your brain to discern threats as, is this actually the lion that I experienced, or is this just a threat that I can manage? And I know there was a question in the chat, how does adversity differ from grief and trauma? So how I experience trauma. So let's say myself, and for the purpose of this example, I'm going to use Felicia. Let's say myself and Felicia were in a car accident, right? We've been exposed to a potentially traumatic event. That may not be traumatic for me, and that my brain may not deem that too much. I may have the brain chemistry, I may have the supports, the coping skills in which my brain deems that as, ooh, that was a lot, but I can manage, right? It's not too much. My cup is not overflowing. Yes, and fawning is the same as appeasement. Whereas Felicia may be like, whoa, 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 my brain chemistry is not set up for that. My brain chemistry is not set up for me to experience this car accident, see what I saw in this car, and be okay, right? And so have one of those responses psychologically, emotionally, somatically, psychological, emotional, somatic. Yes, those three. And grief and trauma. So grief is a response to a loss, right? It is a response to a loss or a change. Trauma is a response to a traumatic event. They can be interconnected, right? So for example, homicide can be traumatic, in which I will be responding to the trauma of the homicide, and it can be grief. I am responding to the loss of the person that died by homicide. Okay. Alrighty. There is more sciencey example definition of what grief is. I mean, trauma is according to the DSM-5. It is on the slide. I'm not going to read through it for the sake of time. I am going to ask that we go to the next slide. Okay, so homicide and trauma find cultural considerations. Now, the DSM-5 does give us options for cultural considerations when we're thinking about diagnoses, especially around trauma and other diagnoses. But a cultural consideration that it does not explicitly name is collective trauma and collective grief. So what is collective trauma? Collective trauma is a traumatic event that impacts a collective group of people, in which their trauma responses will be seen across that collective group of people. So examples of this are natural disasters, wars, school shootings, mass shootings, slavery, right? The traumatic event happens to a group of people, and the responses to that traumatic event are seen across the whole group of people. What is collective grief? Collective grief is grief responses that are felt by a group of people with a shared identity, following the death or multiple deaths or losses or changes of a person with whom that collective identifies. So let's think about, I'm going to use slavery. Yes, genocide is also a form of collective trauma. I'm going to use slavery as an example. In the United States of America, we know that Black bodies were predominantly exposed is not the English word. That's not fair. Slavery is something that Black bodies were impacted by in this country predominantly, right? I'm not saying there weren't others, but predominantly Black bodies in the United States of America were impacted by slavery. That is a collective trauma because Black bodies, those that they were identified as from the continent of Africa, they were exposed. I don't like the word exposed because it's like that was an option, like they could get away from it, but I can't find the proper English word right now. They were exposed, still isn't the right word. English help. Impacted is not a better word, but it's the one I'll use. Experience. Let's go with experience. Thank you. Subjected is the best one. Thank you so much for your assistance in Englishing. They were subjected to slavery, right? That is collective trauma. What is collective grief? By the fact that they were subjected to trauma, this collective trauma, we know that intergenerational grief and intergenerational trauma, and exploited is an even better one. Intergenerational grief and transgenerational trauma are this idea that trauma is written on the brain in the DNA and thus can be inherited and written onto the DNA of the descendants of those that experience it, right? So to put that in context again, slavery, Black bodies were subjected, exploited into slavery, and that trauma is written on their DNA. Their descendants inherit that trauma in that it is written into their DNA as well, right? So what does that mean? The loss and grief that those that survived slavery experienced, right? Saying, I no longer have connection to my land. I've lost my cultural identity, my ethnic identity. I no longer have connection to my family, all of those things. That is also written on the bodies into the DNA of the children of survivors of slavery, right? So that's collective grief, collective trauma, slavery, the collective grief, the response to the loss of the things that they lost. This is not always named, but I think is important to consider when we're thinking about homicide, because, for example, I might be working with a client that identifies with let's use police brutality. Somebody put it in the chat in the Mentimeter earlier, right? So we know of the Black Lives Movement, Black Lives Matter movement, pardon me. And we know that there are many Black bodies that have been subjected to police brutality and died as a result of that police brutality and police violence in this country. Yes, I may not have known Walter Wallace Jr. I may not have known George Floyd, But by virtue of identifying with George Floyd or Walter Wallace Jr., perhaps it's by virtue of race, perhaps it's by virtue of community, I may feel responses to that death, right? So I may grieve that death even though I never met them, even though I never knew them, right? So when we think about grief, also, and especially around homicide, thinking about the ways in which those that we are working with, the communities we're working with, the families we're working with, the youth that we're working with, the ways that they respond to the way that they identify with who we see may influence the ways that they grieve. Could I get the next slide, please? Alrighty, so I have done a lot of talking. I'm going to invite you to, I think Felicia's going to pull up a Mentimeter, and I'm going to invite you to answer the following question. Where do you all see culture, trauma, and homicide intersect in your communities? And I will try to keep up with the Mentimeter.
Thank you, Samantha. As I get that screen up, I also wanted to let you know that you have received some questions in the Q&A pod for you to take a look at when you have a moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Right, again, for those of you, please go ahead and enter your responses into the Mentimeter. The link is in the chat. And now I am sharing screen so that we can see those responses come through as you enter them.
I'm seeing culture, trauma, and homicide intersect in their communities, in school, workplace, community, family, daycares, pardon me, in the mental health field, homeless population in their school systems, generational substance abuse, behaviors at school, police brutality, gang violence, lacking safe housing, presence of support, parents struggling in the schools, trust or lack thereof with school resource officers. I'm seeing schools come up a lot, which I think would be awesome for those of you that are coming tomorrow, because I believe that you all will be talking about schools. In Jewish families, this person has worked with many children who exhibit symptoms of trauma related to their family members' experience of concentration camps. In the stories and in the behavior that their students write, generational poverty in neighboring towns and their schools, mental health homes and shelters, mental health, poverty, IV, so intimate partner violence, rituals and gatherings, ceremonies, rural families who arm themselves with guns of protection because of rural cultural trauma and then lose a member to a murder by gunshot. Mental health field school systems, drug overdoses, children and teens are afraid to go to school due to shootings. Trauma can be transgenerational for some, homeless and substance abuse at schools, police officers, generational poverty and opioid addiction. In the schools where they work, in the schools, so I'm seeing schools really come up a lot. Politics, yep. Police officers, gang violence, marijuana stores, patriarchy, misogynoir, transphobia, and missing murdered Black trans women, yes. Local social media groups that target community incidents, yes. Politics in schools, in their diverse communities, politics. There was a shooting at a store that targeted Hispanics in the person's community, lack of housing, food insecurity. Are I'm assuming scared. Yes, scared to ride the buses from one area to another. Yes, sorry, I just saw your amendment. Thank you. Cultural genocide. And for the person that put cultural genocide, understand cultural genocide to mean, and you can absolutely tell me if this is not how you meant it, but cultural genocide to mean the idea of actually stripping people of their culture, right? Removing people from the things that tie them to their traditions and cultures. So for instance, hair, as a Black woman, wanting to wear my braids, wanting to have my afro, for a long time, I wasn't allowed to and be considered professional. That could be considered a form of, or a way in which one is inflicting cultural genocide, removing me from the ties and traditions of the culture from which I came. Forced loss culture, thank you. Missing and murdered Indigenous women, colonization, and cultural genocide. So that's come up again. Yep. Schools, church, community, hangouts like Lake Merritt. Homicide, trauma, and Black culture. Homicide, trauma, and Black culture all intertwined. It is integrated into how young boys are raised, and gang violence and fighting is recurrent. Poetry readings. That is the first I've seen that one. Thank you for sharing that. Human trafficking, in economic inequality, and mental health. And as you all are sharing, right, what we're beginning to see is that the ways that they intersect is often across social systems, right? So we're seeing politics, we're seeing schools, church, community, right? So it it is across systems, and we're going to be talking about systems in a moment. Asian American hate, sex trafficking, not legal immigrants, human trafficking. Somebody put in the chat, many Jewish people are concerned about actual genocide due to the attack on Israel. Often overlooked as trauma and grief within the carceral system and those impacted by it. Thank you. Another one is they thought of is biracial families or multiracial families. Yep. Pardon me. Funerals, definitely. I'm going to invite you all to, if you have a couple more that I haven't read out yet, put them in the chat, but I'm going to ask Felipe to take down the Mentimeter so we can move on to the next slide.
Sure thing. I will stop sharing and welcome Gabrielle to resume. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing everything that you've shared. And like I said, I do want to talk about systems. And I'm going to pause myself for just a moment because I know a few chats ahead above someone named the attacks and the attack. I'm going to actually slide up to it. So the Jewish people are concerned about actual genocide, the attack on Israel. And someone just put in likewise for Palestinians. It is sad. Now I want to naming that because I recognize that it's happening. It's current news. It's going on right now. And many of us may be invested in some way or another in that news. Please, again, I invite you to do what you need to take care of yourself so you can be present here, but also more importantly, be present for the folks that you need to be present for after you leave here, right? I think regardless of which side of the politics we stand on, we can all agree that there is grief and trauma involved no matter which side you stand on. And I believe that we can honor that regardless of which side we stand on, because we are all in this field because we, I hope, possess a degree of empathy. So I invite us to exercise that empathy muscle. It's a muscle, we can work it. Thank you so much. And then I'm gonna slide to my slide. So we talked a little bit earlier about how do we know when people are grieving? What are some of the grief responses? And we named them. Of those grief responses, what are some of the homicide-related grief responses, right? So I'm just a few here, again, some, but not all, that are listed. Sleep disturbance, hypervigilance, feelings of guilt and responsibility that are inappropriate. This, especially in young people, we see in them. I've heard many children as young as 5 and 8 years old be like, it's my fault, my person. They weren't there. They didn't kill the person, but they have, again, being egocentric, internalized it to be that it is now their fault. They did something that caused the death of their person. If they just been quieter, if they just been a better kid, if they just did their homework, if they went to bed on time, right? And so internalizing and taking on responsibility for the death and guilt, that is inappropriate, right? So inappropriate is the key word here. That's often an indicator of homicide-related grief. Thoughts of revenge, very common. I've heard children and adults say, I just want, in Philly, they say, the kids say, I just want to get that get back. I'm gonna get that get back, right? I've heard adults say the same thing. Inability to focus, confusion, forgetfulness, somatic complaints like we named it earlier. And again, as you're looking at this, you might be going, this, again, sounds like trauma. Or some of these are symptoms of trauma. Because like we said again earlier, trauma, the way that the brain responds to trauma and the way that the brain responds to grief bear similarities. Could I get the next slide, please? All right, so grief, trauma, and if I get the next slide, so not the next one. We're gonna skip this one because also, so I want to talk about systems. And then after this, I think after this is like 3 or 4 slides in which I invite you all to think about some case studies, and to share some stuff. So systems in grief and homicide, right? A lot of us were naming earlier when we were naming where we see homicide, culture, trauma, and homicide show up in our communities. We were naming it across systems, across social systems. So some examples of social systems: education system, the health system, justice system, financial system, religious system, media system, etc. There are many social systems down to the family unit, down to the neighborhood. There are so many social systems, right? The way that the social systems are set up in my particular society or community will impact the ways that communities can grieve, right? So let's look at this model that is, we're just going to pretend it's a real model, but this model that's on the screen. Let's say a client is grieving a homicide. So you have a client, they are grieving a homicide death. Let's assume they need access to the justice system. How easily can they access the justice system? Can they call their local police station to get answers on the investigation? Do they have the number for that? Is that number accessible? So perhaps in their grief, they are confused, right? Like maybe that's one of their grief responses. It's just, I'm still trying to understand what happened. I don't know what happened. And I'm consumed by confusion. I want answers. Well, how easily can they get those answers from the justice system within your particular community, right? That's going to impact how they grieve. Okay, so maybe they can get those answers easily. Maybe there's a number that's really accessible for folks that need to find out about the status of their investigation. Maybe there's a link, a website link where they can put in a question and get that. What does it look like within your particular community, the way that that system is set up, specifically for homicide co-victims? Health system. Is your client, perhaps your client begins to share, you know, I've been experiencing headaches and stomach aches and I'm not sleeping well. Do they have access to their doctor? How easily can they access their doctor? How easily can they access mental health support? Can they self-refer, right? The way that your health system is set up in your society, in your particular community, will impact the way that your client grieves, whether that client is youth, whether that client is a family, whether that client is the community. The ways that the system is set up, those particular systems are set up, will impact the ways that you see folks grieving. Right? The educational system, same thing. How easily can a caregiver, so for example, I think in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, one of the two, but our school district, Philadelphia, you have, I think it's 5 days, 3 to 5 days of absences. And after that, you can go be sent to truancy court, right? 3 to 5 days, be sent to truancy court. My person died by homicide. Perhaps I witnessed that homicide. Perhaps my mother witnessed that homicide. We're really not in the space to get me to school. So I've missed 4 days of school this week. And we just didn't report it because we weren't in that space. We were too busy trying to get our thoughts together, too busy trying to get answers, too busy at the hospital. We probably should have reported it, but we just didn't. And I missed 4 days of school this week. And when I go to school the 5th day, I'm not feeling it. So the next day my mom says I don't have to go. But again, we haven't reported it, right? 6th day I missed school, I'm sent to truancy court. Now I'm part of the justice system. Not only have I been impacted, has my grief impacted me or been impacted by the educational system, I've also now been looped into the justice system, right? So how are the systems in your community set up is really important for us to also contextualize how folks can grieve and will grieve. Next slide, please. Just keeping myself honest in terms of time. I have about 15 minutes left, right? 15 or 20?
Didn't find my unmute button. You have until 30 minutes past the hour.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So how do we support homicide co-victims? Somebody said media earlier when we were talking about where they see grief, a homicide show up and the not connections, intersections, the intersections, and somebody had shared media. Right, so thinking about safety and coping plans around media and social media can really be important, especially for homicide co-victims. Often they are exposed to information that they don't really want to be exposed to. I've had many youth share to me, yeah, I found out about my person's shooting on Instagram, right? I went to Instagram and whoever posted it had posted everything. There was no filter, it wasn't filtered, there wasn't like any consideration for no trigger warnings, they just posted everything. And I knew that my person had been shot because I got a text, but I didn't know they'd been shot like that. I didn't expect to see them lying on the ground looking like that, right? So having coping and safety plans around media and social media can be really helpful for homicide co-victims. So thinking about how do we partner with our clients, how do we work with our clients around having conversations around safety and coping plans? What are your community resources? So do you know who your county victims assistance is? Do you know who your county crisis response is? So for instance, a case example specific to Philadelphia, specific to Uplift Center for Grieving Children. In Philadelphia, we have the Network of Neighbors. The Network of Neighbors is comes out of the Department of Behavioral Health and intellectual disabilities. So they come out of there, and they are the organization for the County of Philadelphia that responds to crisis and traumatic events in Philadelphia. So what this might look like in practice is that we have, let's say a shooting happens outside of school or in a school community. That school community knows to call both Uplift and the network of neighbors. What the network of neighbors will do is, as the crisis response organization, they will come immediately within like a day at most to that community, and they will offer initial stabilization. So they will do the psychological first aid. They will offer post-traumatic stress management, often over like 3 to 4 sessions. And then at the same time, that community is being connected with Uplift. Uplift will come in at a later time. So that might be a month later, that might be a little later, and they will offer grief groups, grief sessions to those that have been impacted, or perhaps sometimes it's a training to the staff in terms of how can they support their youth and families that have been impacted by this loss and by this death, right? So in Philadelphia, like, we have a system. Knowing who our county resources are, community resources are, can be really helpful in supporting grieving homicide co-victims. So I encourage us all, if we don't already, many of us probably do, but to find out who are county victims assistance. What's the number? What's the email address? What's the process of getting, if folks need support from them? County crisis response. Sometimes this information can be found at your local police departments. Systematic destigmatization. Systematic destigmatization. All right, so what is that? That's a really big word that I can't pronounce, first of all. Second of all, it's this idea that the more we talk about something really uncomfortable, the less people stigmatize it, right? The more we name it in places and spaces, the less people destigmatize it. The more we connect it across places and spaces. So instead of not just having the conversation of homicide here and grief here and what it looks like, but thinking, hey, I'm with my client, and my client showed up because they're they're in need of housing. They are in need of housing assistance. Do I want to ask? Do I have a way of having a conversation about deaths and losses in their life? If I don't, maybe I can think about that. Maybe I'm going to start asking, okay, have there been any changes in your life, including but not limited to? Hey, I'm seeing a client for sexual abuse, which is a trauma in and of itself. Is there grief attached to this? Is there grief anywhere in the history, right? So systematic destigmatization is this idea that we're going to be systematic in the way we destigmatize things like homicide, things like grief, things like trauma. We're going to talk about them. We're going to do the work of being uncomfortable in other places and spaces, so that eventually it doesn't feel as weird to talk about it. Advocacy and partnership. All of this is great. At the end of the presentation, I'm going to invite you all to at least think about who are you connecting with, who are you looking for after this to, pardon me, to partner with and get information with and share information with. And advocacy, right? So I am a great believer that grief, homicide, trauma, mental health are a social justice issue, right? So advocating is one of the ways that we can support grieving homicide co-victims, because sometimes they don't have the voice, but we do. Sometimes they don't have the power. I may know more about the way the systems of getting county victims assistance support goes, and my client may not. So I can advocate for them. I can give them the language. I can say, I'll make the call for you, I'll call with you. And then some trauma-informed therapeutic interventions, for instance, like I said, are the psychological first aid. I know there's trainings on those in the world of getting trainings. Post-traumatic stress management, there's trainings on those as well. Can I get the next slide, please? Alrighty, so therapeutic interventions for youth grieving a homicide death, specific to youth, because I do work with kids and they have a special place in my heart. So research suggests that, grief and trauma-focused school-based interventions, which can be 8 to 10 sessions, were shown to be have therapeutic benefit in one study, and using age-appropriate trauma processing techniques, right? So in practice, what this can look like at Uplift is we have a legacy group, and a legacy group is about 5 weeks, sometimes 6 weeks. And the way that works is often the young folks that are coming to the session, to the grief group, are folks that all know the same person, right? So let's imagine a football player gets shot. His team may be a part of that legacy group. And then in practice, age-appropriate trauma processing techniques like media, literature are really helpful and useful in working, especially with young people, and getting them to be able to communicate what they're processing, what they're thinking, what they're feeling. Now, having said that, something we learned the hard way, or I learned the hard way at Uplift, is that if you're going to use literature and art and books and music, that perhaps make it culturally responsive and or culture bound, right? Because the clients I'm working with should relate to it, need to be able to relate to it in order to be able to process it. So for instance, can I get the next slide, please, in which I'm going to ask you all to share some things. But for instance, working at with the youth at the Juvenile Detention Center, we use music a lot. And they would share, yo, miss, if that book don't got death, honeys, and sex, it ain't about real life. They often request, by their own explanation, or description, what they call hood books, right? There's not a lot of literature that my young people see themselves in. Even if that book has death, even if that book has sex, they're saying specifically, I want to see the life I've lived in that book. So I know, for instance, using the song Death Ain't Easy by Lil Durk with my youth at the Juvenile Detention Center will elicit a lot of processing. Whereas using the song Heaven Was Needing an Angel with my caregivers will probably elicit a lot more responses, right? Because those are culture-bound examples of the ways that I can use media appropriately with the specific communities or sub-communities of my community. All right, I'm going to invite you all to answer as we're thinking about that, right? What are some examples of culture-bound media? So books, music, movies, anime, if you will, that are relatable for you and appropriate for your communities. And I believe there is a Mentimeter link in the chat.
There is. So I just, Ricky dropped that in the chat for us. I believe you all should see my screen now so that we can see those responses coming through. So thank you all for participating in the Mentimeter. We appreciate that.
I'm seeing the latest Black Panther Wakanda Forever dealt a lot with grief and loss. Yep. High Prices a book. So what I'm going to invite you all is, as you're looking at these in the Mentimeter and also in the chat, to maybe make a list for yourself, right? Because this is resource sharing. This is what we do. I pick your brain, you pick mine. Somebody named anime. I was talking with a colleague actually not too long ago today, and a couple of animes, if you're looking to think about grief, there's one on Netflix called Violet Evergarden. TikTok language, The Hill We Climb by Amanda Gorman. Mariachi music is very common in their area. Kendrick Lamar's music is very real. Superhero Grief, The Transformative Power of Loss. Content creators with a high youth following. They're There by Tommy Orange and Bad Indians. Specific versions of the Bible, The Message, Reservation Dogs, anything by Ta-Nehisi Coates. Elemental, Coco. The Bible, Goodwill Hunting. Music by Eminem, Promised Neverland, which is an anime, Round Dance, pardon me, Tupac. Round Dance songs in the winter, powwow celebration songs in the summer, Res Dog series featuring native hip hop, native actors and killers of Flower Moon, the late Robbie Robertson soundtrack. There's a question in the chat that I'm about whether this list can be included with the online resources. I'm gonna leave that to Felicia to answer. I see another person asking for the same thing. So I'm going to leave that to Felicia to help us figure out if this particular list that's going in the Mentimeter can be shared.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. I think we'll discuss as the GSVLI planning team and see how we can best share all of these great resources that we've received in the chat, that we've received through these polls. So we will do our best to get everything together that we can and put together on our GSVLI landing page for you.
Thank you. So I'm going to invite you also, if you are able to access the Mentimeters and you're putting your responses in the chat, to maybe slide them onto the Mentimeter. There is a comment in the chat about when using these I lost it, I can find it. When using these expressive techniques, it's important to lead students in having critical conversations and how they may be representative or misrepresentative individuals in individuals' experiences. Yes, thank you so much for sharing that, right? We want to have these conversations, critical conversations, and name what we see and don't see and how it is relevant or not relevant to the folks we are working with. Alrighty, because of time, I'm gonna ask that we take this one down and we go to the next slide, please, which I think is also a Mentimeter. No, it's not, it's a case study. Okay, so we've got about minutes, so I will see how many of these we can get through. There's 3 vignettes. But the first one is, I'm going to invite us to think about this particular case, right? So this is homicide from the community perspective, or homicide brief from the community perspective. 5th and Red Street, imaginary street. 2 days ago, a shooting took place on the corner of 5th and Red Street. A 32-year-old man who was returning home from a friend's house was shot and subsequently died as a result of the shooting. This young man was an uncle, a cousin, a son, and a grandson, and a husband. He lived and grew up on 2 streets over from the street where he died. He has had familial and relational ties to the community for his whole life, and his family has been a part of this community for more than 50 years. Research suggests that every homicide impacts 3 to 10 additional people. So my question for you all is, in this particular case, in this particular community, who do you envision as your client? First, I'm going to invite you to share who that might be, specific to like the profession that you're in, right? So for some of us, that might be the cousin or the son. For some of us, that might be the wife. For some of us, that might be the community. And there is a Mentimeter for this as well.
Yes, would you like me to pull that up now, Samantha?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was not,
Nope.
that was a very incomplete sentence. Yes, please, thank
No,
you.
it's not. Just on your cue, I've got you. So that same link that we've been using,
Yes.
you go ahead and enter your responses to Samantha's prompt.
And I'm seeing in the chat that some of us have started to answer. So the nephew, the family, wife, parent, sibling, one person, the client would be their child or children involved in their life, the entire family and the entire community, the son and the family, the witness. The family is affected as a unit, so it should be addressed as such. The family, the son, the witness, community member, niece, brother, sister, police, family, nephew, everyone in the community, coworkers, first responders. What do I got on the Mentimeter? Parents, siblings, wife, the son at school as a school-based clinician, anyone who was affected, police officer, family members, a younger sibling or high school age family member, uncle, family of the children, the tutor, the first responders. I'm gonna let you all, I'm gonna give us like another 30 seconds to kind of share with our client. And as we can see that, right, at community, the client can be many parts of that community because it is the community. So it's one homicide, right? One homicide. And yet for that one homicide, we're beginning to see how many people are impacted just by virtue of who we're supporting. Some of us are supporting the shooter. Some of us are supporting the teachers that are teaching this young man's son, I believe I said. Some of us are the family, right? Some of us are the entire community, right? So one death, one homicide on 5th and Red Street. And we're supporting so many different people across that. So honestly, though the statistic says 3 to 10 people, I would like to argue that it might actually be more. Alrighty, can we take this Mentimeter down and then we're gonna go to the next case. Okay. So again, continuing to support homicide co-victims and thinking like taking a systems approach. So Tara is a 7-year-old girl who is grieving the death of an uncle. Tara attends a weekly therapeutic grief support group with peers in her age range. During one session, Tara shares, "It's my fault, my uncle died." Tyra's caregiver has shared that Tyra has been throwing temper tantrums at school, not listening to her teachers, and crying a lot in recent weeks. My question to you is, if you were using a systems approach, so remember thinking not just about Tyra or the homicide that happened, but using a systems approach, and we named some of those systems earlier, how might you approach this particular system with Tyra, this particular situation with Tyra? Felicia, I was about to call you a whole different name for no reason. Felicia, could we have the Mentimeter again, please?
Yes, of course.
So again, thinking about systems, how might we approach this particular situation with Tyra? And I guess another way to think about this is, what systems does Tyra exist in? Family therapy, yep, that's one system. What needs are not being met, yep. involve the family with the professionals from the school district. Yep. So now we're thinking Tyra, okay, Tyra needs support and getting the school involved because that's the system she exists in, right? Work with her teacher to help support her in school system. Yep. School staff happening inside the school and around. So a lot of us are naming the system of school, right? But what about her community system? Is there a way that we could work with her community? So it's not named here and she's struggling in school, but is there a way we can work for those of us that do work in communities that we could integrate Tyra's support into her community? Grief counselor at the school to help with the children, neighborhood that was affected. Yep. Another one that I like to name that I honestly didn't start to think about until a year or so ago, was the health system, right? I encourage my clients now, even though they're getting grief support from me, to go and tell their doctor, hey, we've had a death in our family and we want health support. Yep. So health system service support. Thank you. So also the medical, right? So that might be a psychiatrist, that might be her primary care, Tyra's primary care, but naming for both Tyra's caregiver and for Tyra, like, hey, we've had a death in our life, right? And this is the way that we've seen that it's impacted us. Letting your health provider know is another way to integrate systems into supporting Tyra. Friends, yes. Identify other systems, religion, youth group, right? Natural supports like a place of worship, yep. Connect with advocate and there's entire school and any other providers you may have, yep. So thinking across systems, right? So Tyra exists as one individual, and perhaps it's not Tyra that you're seeing, perhaps it's Tyra's caregiver that's your client, and Tyra's caregiver is informing you what they've been hearing. We can still think across systems to offer support across systems, especially around homicide. All righty, can we take this Mentimeter down and bring up, for the sake of time, I'm going to skip the last one. And we're going to skip 2 slides. Thank you. All righty, so in conclusion, as we're coming to the end of our time together, it has been very wonderful to spend time with you all. Just to kind of wrap up everything that we've gone through. Homicide, as we saw at the beginning, as a cause of death is not statistically significant. What is significant is that each homicide impacts anywhere from 3 to 10 people, making the impact statistically and socially significant. Homicide-related grief responses share a closeness with trauma-related and depression-related symptomatology. Cultural considerations have a role in understanding homicide-related grief. It is, I think, fundamental and almost ethical, I would like to argue, for us to think about cultural considerations when working with youth, families, and communities that have been impacted not only by homicide grief, but any sort of grief, and just in general when working with them. Grief, you will not get me off this hill, is a social justice and social systems issue. All grieving children, adults, and communities deserve to have their grief acknowledged and supported. Alrighty, next slide, please. There is a Q&A for questions. I recognize we do not have a lot of time and you all have given me so much of your time, but please feel free to use that and I will address those questions as best I can. And then there is a link. Could we go to the next slide, please? So reflections. As we are coming to the end of our time together, I invite you to think about what you're taking with you from this presentation, what you are leaving behind after this presentation, who you are connecting with after this presentation. And then there are some self-care reminders there. Please hydrate, breathe, do your professional check-ins, go get supervision, do your personal check-ins, go get therapy, move your body, do those cartwheels, escape if you like to read, write, TV, music, breathe, whatever it is. Please take care of yourself so you can be present for those you need to be present for after this presentation.
Samantha, thank you so much. I wanted to let you know we do have set time built in, dedicated all to Q&A.
Oh, wonderful.
So
okay.
You have until 2:30 to do your presentation, which is wonderful in what you have done. And now we have some dedicated space to look at some of those questions that have came in for you that started coming in at the beginning of your conversation. And we have that space. So I just wanted to welcome and call you in, whether you'd like to look at the Q&A box yourself, or if you'd like me to read off some that had started to trickle in as you were speaking. I'm ready to follow your lead.
Would you please read the first question for me? Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. So some of these were coming in at the beginning of your introduction, in your first couple of slides. So you let me know what goes with the flow. One of them was from Michelle. What recommendations would you offer to mitigate the impact of parentifying children when parents or caregivers are impacted by grieving of homicide, death, and other trauma?
Yes. So again, thinking about systems, right? Something that I often say to caregivers is when the adults are okay, the kids are better, right? We cannot take care of our kids if we are not okay. So these are sometimes uncomfortable conversations, but just having conversations around normalizing grief responses in youth, normalizing how we grieve as adults and what we're seeing, right? So really normalizing what we know to be grief responses with caregivers, what we know to be grief responses in children is one way to begin to mitigate the impact of a caregiver parentifying their child in a grief response, right? Naming, for instance, like I've told caregivers before, you know, your kid's doing really great in school. I've also noticed that your kid never tells you when they're angry, and they've shared that with me, right? And that might be because they're scared that if they make you upset, you might just disappear as well. Now, obviously, your language is not going to be my language. You're going to figure out like how that naturally fits into your language and your tone of speaking and your way of presenting information. But normalizing grief responses, both for the caregiver, because the caregiver is grieving, and for the child that they're possibly parentifying, can be a really great way to begin to mitigate the impact of parentifying a child in grief. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. And I think one of these questions as well, when you were mentioning that at Uplift Philly, if somebody comes in and says, oh, it was an accident, they died by accident, and then you start working with the client and hear something different, I think this question might get to some of that. And the question asked is, do you think errors in measurement could also impact underreporting, for example, defining homicide stringently? Or is fear or stigma the primary factor in the inaccurate statistic?
All of the above. All of the above. I really would like to argue that all of the above. Sometimes we'll have, for example, in thinking about fear and stigma, sometimes we'll be doing an enrollment. So we'll be talking to a caregiver, getting information to get them into a grief group. And I've had a case where the caregiver said on the phone, oh, I can't answer how that person died because the kid's in the car with me, right? They don't want to name it because there's fear, there's stigmatization around homicide, around grief, around death. Errors in reporting. Yeah, we're probably not, what's the word? Collecting it as accurately as we could be because we're not pressing clients to give us more information, right? We do our best not to pathologize grief as it comes in. So what they say to us is what we take. When they're ready, they'll give us more, right? So all of the above, truly.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know that the chat is just filled with so many affirmations and everybody chiming in with all of their thoughts and what resonates with them. Because we still have time, I'm just going to keep reading through some of these. The next question is, in situations where the criminality hasn't been established, say in cases of murder, do you see an impact on those who are grieving their loss? Is there nuance to how you address this in your workshops?
Yes. Yes. And again, naming that grief is going to be unique to the individual journeying through it. But something that I have observed, especially when it hasn't been established, is confusion and often I'm looking for the English word, pardon me, reasonable anger, right? Reasonable is not the word, justifiable anger that makes sense, anger and rage that makes sense in light of the not having answers, in light of the confusion. Sorry, Felicia, what was the second half of that question? And something about nuance.
Yeah, and it was just, is there nuance to how you address this in your workshops?
To how we address the rage, how we address the...
Let's see. I think the impacts for those who are grieving their loss.
I think, I'm hoping I'm understanding the question, and if I'm not, I really am sorry. My email, if you go to the next slide, my email address is on there. So if I don't answer your question, please hunt me down and I will do my best to answer it. But again, normalizing that grief is complex and grief responses can look very different. Of not having the death defined. Okay, yes. So something that we've shared is that often we will let people define what they know, right? And not name what we know or what we think we know. And sometimes we just say, yeah, I can imagine that that's really frustrating to not know, right? And yeah, I hear you're angry because you don't know, and I can't imagine what that's like, right? And invite others to share. So really, because sometimes we just don't know, right? There's just not information, and that's real, and it's a part of the grief, but I can't fix it, I can't solve it. So simply naming it, affirming it, validating it, and allowing the person to process what it is like to be in that space, I found is more helpful than trying to name or define it.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification in the chat. I know some of these questions that came in at different time points in the presentation, so trying to match back the flow and where they came from. So the next question, what is a reliable source for information about death or reported violence rates by state? Do you happen to know if there's any resource, Samantha?
I don't. Here's the thing, I really love an investigation. So I will find out for you and I will let you know. Like there's a couple that are coming to my head that I've used, but I don't know what they're called. I just know where they are in my bookmarks tab. Yes, there is contact info on the next or third or slide after. But yeah, so I'm gonna be honest and say, I don't know what they're called. There's a few that I've used personally that are on my bookmarks tab on my laptop, but I love an investigation. So I will find out for you.
Thank you. We can definitely add that to our resources that we collect for our GSVLI landing page and all of the materials that we share after these sessions. How am I doing for time for my other GSVLI staff that are on here? Are we good to take a couple of more?
Two more questions. I think there's a couple that I flagged for you, Felicia.
Perfect. I haven't been able to see your flag to me. I'm all in this looking at one screen mode. Leora,
okay, I'll chime in.
Yeah.
Samantha, can we do a little centering of homicide and queer or LGBT young people who identify as queer or gender expansive, expansive, sorry, my cold just got to me, with a particular call-in for new ways that we can be attuned to the needs of folks who are impacted by trans murder.
Yes. And the question is, can we, what's the question?
What might be ways that there can be particular approaches or specific attunement to the needs of young people who identify as trans and or who identify as family for young people who are identified as trans who are murdered?
Number one, let's not be afraid to educate ourselves. I think we all have an ethical responsibility to continue to do that, regardless of where we stand on the, it's not even really political, on the human line of what we see in the world going on, specifically around, I'm going to butcher this, I apologize, it's my English failing me, but the LGBTQIA plus experience. Let's educate ourselves, learn what's going on in that aspect of your community, read up, have conversations. I think often the people to learn from are the people that are experiencing it, right? So to not put words in their mouth, but to let them tell us how we can ally, how we can advocate, right? So like that's my best response, not being a part of the community myself, and I don't want to speak for the community, but I think really being aware that it's okay to not know, it's okay to ask, it's okay to educate yourself, it's okay to inform yourself on what it looks like to be an ally. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Yeah, great. We've got an invitation for our team member to advance to the slides with your contact information, so that, yeah, beautiful. Felicia, do you want me to keep pinging some of the questions, or did that give you some time to catch up? And I also wanted to name, if Samantha is Samantha, just what I just noticed in you was practicing a lot of cultural humility with being able to say, I don't know and I need to grow in. We have 550 participants. If there are folks who are really steeped and rooted and grounded in ways that we can support young people who identify as trans and gender expansive in grief, please name in chat and Q&A so that we can lift up resources.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, back to Leora. I believe that the ones that you flagged for me, I now see, and I see that they had been answered. Did you have any others that you wanted to flag, being cognizant that we maybe have one, we can take one more?
I'm curious, Samantha, I'm going to look at a question, then expand it a little bit more. I'm going to look at can we talk about maybe one or two ways that we can support young people who have lived experience with system involved family members or themselves are system involved. So either specific grief healing related to incarceration experiences or the incarceration of family members.
Yes. Number one, again, naming that there can be grief, even if the person is still alive, but they're just not in our life the way they once were, right? There is still grief in that and can be grief in that. So naming that. A lot of the same interventions, I think is the word I want, interventions that we use around death-related grief, trauma processing, media, literature, thinking about coping skills, thinking about the ways that we stay connected to the people or things that we are grieving can be really helpful, even again, if the person is alive, but not in our life the way they were. For example, if they are incarcerated. Also, again, thinking about what your legal systems, your justice systems look like. Something I've experienced with families that are either have a family member incarcerated and or even the youth that are incarcerated, like we said, we work with youth at the Juvenile Detention Center, is they don't have information. They don't know what that system looks like. They don't know what the process looks like, right? And that can cause a lot of grief responses and can instigate is not the word I want. Aggravate is the word I wanted. Aggravate the ways in which we see their grief coming up. So again, learning how processes work, learning how the systems work, addressing grief, just naming grief. If a client says to you, yep, my person is alive, but they're in jail and I'm grieving, then they're grieving, right? If the client says to you, yep, I have been in jail and I'm grieving the loss of certain relations that I had, certain identities that I had, certain things that I had, then they're grieving. We can still work with that in the same way that we work with grief. There's a couple of different models, pardon me, that offer ways to like look at grief and process grief. So thinking of a lot of them name coping skills, a lot of them name like processing memories, a lot of them name like how we stay connected and supported in our grief.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, can we just end on, Felicia, is it okay? I'm kind of, now it's the end of a long day.
Yep,
Okay,
go
we have
ahead, Amira.
one person asking you to end on, Samantha, what called you into this work? Maybe one sentence to just close on what brings you are such a beautiful teacher. What brings you to this work with such zest, energy, dedication, and inspiration?
Well, thank you for that. I am the firstborn. I have no older siblings. I have no older cousins. I shared that I am an immigrant. I grew up in the southeast of Malawi, so it's very culturally different from here. What it means to be the older child, though, is that you are raised to be a teacher and a guide, right? So I've always felt it's my responsibility, and with love. Like it's not a burden. It's not a responsibility of burden. It really is a responsibility of identity and love for me to stand with those behind me, so that I can hopefully show you where the tree that fell in the middle of the road is, so you don't trip over it. And if you trip over it, that's also fine. I know how to heal a scraped knee because I did it to myself. So let me walk you through that. So really, I think a lot of what called me to this work comes from, and I mean, there's other stuff, but we won't get into that, but a lot of it comes from culture and cultural identity for me.
Okay, Felicia, thank you, Samantha. I think we can close out and move into the closing of our full day. Felicia, do you want to do the honors?
Do the honors of moving.
The honors of closing, Samantha. I've got the closing for the day, but closing.
Perfect.
Samantha.
Yes. I just removed Samantha's spotlight a little too prematurely, but I just wanted to say thank you. It's been such a pleasure being able to moderate this session and working with Samantha leading up into this event. Really appreciate the rich knowledge and space that you've brought to our event. So with that, I'm just taking a deep breath and welcome Leora to close out GSVLI Day 1.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Samantha, I hope that you and sorry, I just knocked my pen over, that you and the folks at Uplift know and receive that the work that you are putting out there in the world is deeply, deeply impactful. And what it takes to hold 90 minutes in a virtual space after a long day of folks holding conversations around grief and pain is just a lot. So you are such a gift and you are so gifted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. For the over 500 people who are still with us at the end of day one. Champions, you are all amazing, amazing, amazing. We are moving into closing. We're moving into closing day one. We very much hope that you join us for day two. And if you, again, have not registered for day two, please do, even though, and it is focused on school mental health, it is focused on young people, on cultural humility. And I'm going to do I'll do a look at day two in a little bit. So stick with us for like 10 more minutes, and then we all can go and have a little bit of fresh air. Stick with us. Okay, let's move into the next piece. Thank you. Okay. I am going to invite us, if you have not noticed your breath in the last 90 minutes, you just do a noticing at the end of today. So I'm going to invite you with 2 feet, if that is accessible to you, on the ground, whatever ground it is. If it's on earth, beautiful. If it's on carpet, gorgeous. If it's on hardwood floor, amazing. But some way that your body can go, I'm going to invite you to do a real noticed inhale. This is a lot to hold. And then a real noticed exhale. So we hold it together. I'm going to do that one more time. Inhaling. This is so much and too much to hold oftentimes, both in all of our hearts and our communities and peoples around the world, the death and violence and grief and loss that we are witnessing. Unimaginable, and then the grief that it is imaginable. And then the exhale. We hold it together. We hold it together. I'm going to read a quote from a real dear, righteous griever, Malkia Devish-Sorel, who offers this. What becomes possible when movements are brought more healthfully to grief? And what can we do to support leaders, organizations, and movements to get there? What becomes possible? Becoming aware of grief gives us more choices about how to respond to grief and opens up possibilities. Do not approach grief not only with compassion for self and others, but also with joy. Joy is not the opposite of grief. Grief is the opposite of indifference. I am noticing, naming, and affirming and believing that all of us who spent either a half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the whole day together, that we are purposing ourselves in naming and noticing the need to center grief, and also holding possibility and the presence of joy in that hard work. In that hard work. Joy is not the opposite of grief. Grief is the opposite of indifference. So we are not indifferent. We are attuned. That attunement can sometimes feel lonely. That awareness can sometimes feel singular and isolating and disenfranchised. But we are here today on November 1st with almost 1,000 people gathered from not only across this country, but internationally, to say, we believe in each other and we believe in the calling for us to bridge grief and justice work in our practice. Inhaling and exhaling. Move ahead. So I want to offer, you're already doing this, but I want to offer a moment, and these might be prompts that you can sit with. They might come up for you in the shower later tonight or tomorrow morning, or on the drive, or you've texted a friend, or maybe you'll give us a little shout out on social media, or maybe it will just be. I'm going to offer the following prompts. Today I received and I learned, or I valued in this space, what I'm still wondering, and what I can offer tomorrow. So welcoming you to answer one or two of those in the chat if you would like, but also welcoming you to hold on to those 4 questions to anchor a lot of your hard work. A lot of your hard work. Yeah. I want to name this very openly, that anytime designing a learning experience, we might have known some of the folks, some other folks we knew from their scholarships, some other folks we didn't know how they would feel when they were on a panel together. And I am sitting here in this moment with all of you in awe of the vibrancy of Nelba's words, of the vibrancy of Dr. Warrior and Mark and Lisa together, of Lisa, Leontine, and Jennifer together, and of Samantha together. Beautiful, courageous grief leaders. We, as a team, we learned so much today, not only in content, but also in how to continue to hold radically caring space for you and each other. So we are transparently committing that we'll be huddling after this to make sure that we've got a couple things a little bit stronger for tomorrow, while being strength-based ourselves and knowing that we're a small but beautiful team, figuring out all this tech space together. So if you had a question that didn't feel held, if you had a resource that you don't want missed, I'm going to invite my colleagues to put the email in the chat that you can email us with, and also inviting you to please trust us. Give us a little bit of time to pull everything together to send your way. I'm going to offer one person who just offered. I learned how community and connection are so critical. Community and connection are so critical. You don't have to put your own email. We have your emails. We'll be sending everything out to you, and also will be put on our event page. Yeah. Okay. What I received, what I learned, what I valued, what I'm still wondering, what I can offer for tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to invite us to move ahead. Speaking of tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to do one more read in. Value the call-in that there are other people of good heart and intent for a better world amidst so much negativity and selfishness, finding positivity, kindness, and ways forward. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really called into Nelba's invitation for us to interrupt pathology. Grief is not normal. Violence is normal, and switch it. Violence is not normal. Grief is normal. And for us to be called into doing some really hard and big work. Okay, tomorrow, please, even if you are not joining us tomorrow, stay on, because I might say something that you might be like, tickled my ear. I want to check that out tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to open at the exact same time. The flow will feel completely parallel, again, so that you have some predictability in your big experiences. We'll open as a team, as the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Central Time, and 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow, we have a change in our opening, in our keynote. We are so excited to hear from Roberto Rivera. If you do not know his work, we are thrilled to introduce you to him. And if you do know his work, we are thrilled that you get to learn with him even more. Nelba, gorgeous teacher. Roberto, gorgeous teacher tomorrow. And he'll be really leading us through a section, a real thought piece on how to center youth's voice in trauma healing, violence healing, and grief healing. We'll then have our first panel on grief-sensitive school crisis response. And again, the reminder is, even if you don't work in the context of schools, I guarantee you that there will be a lot of golden nuggets for crisis response to be transferred. We'll have another break, and then we'll have a beautiful panel on unpacking the uncomfortable and cultural humilities work in our school-based grief work, which we basically experienced all day today. And then we'll have a closing workshop with Marissa and Oscar from the Trauma and Grief Center at the Hackett Center for Mental Health on growing through grief, understanding and supporting students exposed to loss, with a specific concentration on young people who have immigrant narratives and young people who identify as queer, as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, gender expansive, and queer. So that is tomorrow. Again, all the recordings will be posted on our webpage. I really invite you to check out our faculty CV, which hopefully a team member can drop. And we are just going to continue to resource each other. If we can move ahead. Okay. You can hold up your camera. If you open your phone, you can hold up your camera to this QR code. And also my colleagues just will drop the survey link. We, as Heather opened us this morning, we're the Mental Health Technology Transfer Center Network. We're funded by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration. Let me tell you, we really need your voices to help input into what this experience has been like so that we can advocate for continued funding to provide no-cost experiences like this. The way that we get evaluated, the way that our funder understands what kinds of topics are important to the field is how many surveys are completed. So the more surveys are completed, the more we're able to provide no-cost learning for you, that it's just like this. So please, I know it feels like, whoa, another survey after a long day. Not only will it be emailed to you, you can fill it out by the end of the week, but it really means a lot to us. It keeps us able to continue this work for you. Okay, next piece. Can we move next? Okay, I want to just share with everyone online. We are a really small team of humans that are putting this conference on, in addition to a whole body of work. This comes out of our dedication and our feeling like this work needs to be centered and important. And I also want to share, again, in the spirit of full honesty, that every panelist and speaker said yes at a pretty reduced rate for what we would have wanted, because we had a really tight budget, because we wanted to offer no cost. So I'm saying thank you, first of all, to our team, but also encouraging you to contact presenters and panelists and contract with them for extended learning so that we can really honor them and the hard work that they do. So we'll go through a full thank you tomorrow, but I want to do a specific thank you to Erin and Dave and Felicia and Shelby, Gabriel, Oriana, and Ricky, and I hope I didn't miss anyone, Jessica. There were so many people that went into making today feel held and safe and beautiful in the way that we can hold hard conversations, and the same will be tomorrow. Okay, on that note, friends, at the very end of the deck, which is on our webpage, we have lots of extended learning for you. Like I said, we're going to be pulling everything together and sending it to you so you can continue to grief nerd on. We want to take down the slides and say to you directly, please give yourself at least 5 minutes before you talk to anyone after this. Give yourself a moment of quiet. It's our innate way that we've been trained in this culture to move to the next thing. Give yourself 5 minutes to pause so that your body knows I'm transitioning, so that you have quiet time to regulate, to be able to think and feel at the same time. The hotlines are present for you. If there are any needs that you need continuous support, I really recommend help text. My colleague will put that in the chat. Help text. You can sign up to get texts to support you in your grief for many different types of grief at different grief anniversaries or acupuncture points in your life. And know that we're here for you. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Mountain, 11 a.m. Central, and 12 p.m. Eastern. It is a joy to be in grief work with you. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. And then that note, I will end the webinar and everybody will move on with their day. Thank you.